Uh, let's see. How do we get started? As some of you might know, that technically the Science and Technology has our committee room for Tuesdays, but I like to. Oh, Herb, have you got a new? so, so this room, it brings back kind of fond memories because the original Commerce Committee was 207, the room where I live, so the same views of the window, same cozy space. Brings back memories for me. But having said that, I would say that we will still continue the policy of the Commerce Committee that every bill will have a subcommittee. Will go to subcommittee. So as you can see today, these are liquor bills. These will be liquor subcommittee, and given that there's going to be a flux of bills coming in and a little transition, next week I think we'll just schedule the subcommittee for these two bills next week. It will not be on a Tuesday because I will be in Pittsburgh and some people will be in Washington doing what? Cannot imagine. Okay. So we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 242 relative to brew pub licenses. Oh, this is my bill. Scott, why don't you come up and explain what this bill is about?
Good morning. For the record, my name's Scott Shire. I work for the New Hampshire Beer Distributors Association, and I'd be happy to sort of give a recap. Would you like the short version or the long version?
Why don't you give the whole story, and that way we can...
Okay. So essentially, for those of you who have been here before, you understand the basics of the three-tier system, and for those of you who don't, I'll give you the real quick primer. Following the repeal of Prohibition, the federal government gave states their rights to regulate alcohol in the way that they see fit. And in most states, there was a three-tier system developed wherein suppliers had separation from distributors and retailers so that they wouldn't have somebody monopolizing the market. For instance, back in the days before Prohibition, somebody large like a Schlitz, for example, might own their own bars and also do their own distribution, wherein they could take their products and sell them for cheap and drive competitors out of the marketplace and in the process, encourage intoxication, etc. While some people might have been fans of that, most people weren't, and following Prohibition, the three-tier system was set up. So there's a separation between a producer or a brewer in this case, or a vintner, a wholesale distributor or a broker, and then a retailer, with the exception here in New Hampshire of the State Liquor Commission, who acts as both the distributor and the retailer. So there is, as Representative Hunt likes to say, one huge exception in the state of New Hampshire to the three-tier system. There are also some other smaller exceptions. Small brewers are allowed to self-distribute up to 2,500 barrels, and then wineries and distilleries also have similar restrictions on their distribution, volumetric restrictions. So anyway, this bill in particular came up because there was one restaurant licensee who wanted to open a brewery, but they had common ownership with other restaurants already, and that's a prohibition of three-tier. You can't have cross-tier ownership. So this particular restaurant group had half a dozen to 10 other restaurants already. They bought a facility that had a brewing, previously had brewing in there, and decided they wanted to brew. They couldn't do it. They looked at several different options, and then they went to the Liquor Commission and came up with this potential fix for it. Everything was sort of in agreement with the industry after some wrangling and a couple of hearings last year. We agreed on language, and unfortunately at the end of the session, there was a clerical error, and the wrong language was adopted and passed. So we're here to basically adopt the right language and correct what happened at the end of last session. What did I leave out?
I like your phraseology, and maybe we'll hear the other side have their testimony too.
Sure.
But otherwise, you are in support of the bill as...
We are in support of the bill as presented, yes.
Great.
Yep. Thank you
Any
very much.
questions from the committee members? Seeing
thank you.
none, thank you. So, sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the President and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We worked closely with Scott Shire and his group in the last legislative session. He referenced a clerical error. I think this cleans up the clerical error, but we are in support of the bill and have no issues with it. Happy to answer questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions to the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
And does the Liquor Commission want to say anything about this bill? That noisy fan, yes. That's why this building is condemned, and we're all leaving here at the end of the session.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Lieutenant Matt Culver from New Hampshire Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always nice to have some comedy relief, right? Amongst all the good work we do in this committee. Mark Armaganian, Chief of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. Matt will talk about some of the technical notes in this, but I think for those of us that were here last session, my two predecessors here have testified, both Scott and Mike, very eloquently on what transposed. We are in the same position as everybody else. This fixes a clerical error that at the time Senator Bradley was trying to fix before he retired. So with that in mind, I'll give the microphone over to Matt.
Thank you very much. The brewpub license is a license that requires, not only has the manufacturing, but it also requires a on-premise restaurant. It's one of the only manufacturing licenses that does that. So the whole consideration of the cross-tier system was done specifically in the brewpub license. This doesn't apply to the other manufacturing licenses, only the brewpub. The fix in House Bill 242 is simply focused around the distribution of that brew pub manufacturing their own beverage and distributing it to now their authorized on or off premise licenses, their own licenses, and it limits that to the quantity stated before, the 2,500 barrels, and it only allows them to self-distribute to one of those licensees. Otherwise, they have to go through the wholesale distributors, a different tier in the system.
Any questions from the committee members? I just realized we only have one new member here. Do you know some of your new NASHRA members? Did they let you know they're coming, or do they? Yeah, okay. Because I was kind of hoping this would be educational, but obviously from all the other older members of the committee they know what's going on, and the new member, he's just getting up to speed here. So, but thank you very much. Okay, so for the take home, Representative Pressa, is that brew pubs are an outlier of licensees to all our other liquor licensees, and they, as Mr. Shire pointed out, they trample on the three-tier, not just slightly, but overwhelmingly trample on it. And I will make sure you know this, because all the other committee members, this passed before I got here. As much as people like to talk about how long I've been here, I did not have anything to do with the brew pub licensure, but it did get passed, and it is something that we deal with. So, with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 242. And since I only scheduled 15 minutes, we're ready for the next one. Open up the public hearing on House Bill 81, allowing patrons to take purchased alcohol beverages into the restroom of a restaurant. And what? I don't think we've had this conversation before. So, Representative Sullivan will fill out a pink card later.
I sure will. Hello, everybody. Most people here know me, I guess. I don't think I've formally met you yet. Okay, yeah, so this bill is pretty simple. Right now, it's illegal to take your beverage with you into a restroom if you're at a bar or a restaurant. And while it seems like kind of a trivial thing, not a big deal, I don't know exactly what the reasoning is. I've been told it was probably to keep underage people from getting alcohol handoffs in the bathroom. I think it's important that we allow people to be in charge of their drinks at all times. And so the motivation of this comes from a pretty heavy story where an incredibly close friend of mine, one of my best friends, one of my best friends, one of my really close friends was roofied in a bar and woke up in a hotel room that wasn't theirs, clearly had been raped. And to me, it just seems like, when I was in college, there was a problem with people's drinks being drugged at frat houses, and there was a big campaign at my college saying, always be in charge of your own drink, always be in control of your alcohol, that sort of stuff. And this runs counter to that. I didn't really, I learned about this law from working on this committee, and I think actually Representative Hunt is the one who told me about this at one point. And I didn't really think too much about it, and because I'd never actually heard anybody enforcing it or anything like that. But then I did see in Manchester a bar I was at over the summer that actually had a sign on the door saying you're not allowed to bring your alcoholic beverage into the bathroom. And so to me, it just seems like common sense that if we don't want people to potentially particularly if they're a little under the influence, they just bought a drink, they have to go use the restroom, they put it down, and that opens up the opportunity for something bad to happen. And then just from talking to this, just very recently, I was talking about this bill that I'm going to be testifying on today, and a family member told me that she was roofied in a bar. Probably 15 years ago, which I had no idea about until just talking about this. So these things happen, and people should be in charge of their own drinks, and we don't want to make it an opportunity easier for somebody to potentially take advantage of somebody who is putting their drink down to abide by a law. And so that's the motivation behind it. So take any questions if you want it.
So you do know that the reason why the law was passed in the first place is because people were taking drinks into the bathrooms and spiking them.
Yes, I was told that it could be that, or the fear of that, or the fear of handing them off to underage people.
Correct.
But yeah, I was told, I think you and I think somebody else told me that the motivation behind it was to get, or to take away the ability to, buy a vodka soda and then add more vodka to it or whatever. I would think that's possible. I'm more concerned about somebody waking up in a hotel room after being raped, which is what happened to my close friend.
Right. I hope the person who did it was found out and prosecuted.
Nope. They woke up in an empty hotel room that wasn't theirs and don't know. Never found out who the assailant was.
Did this occur in New Hampshire?
No, it did not occur in New Hampshire.
Okay. Because most hotels have cameras, and they would see who's coming into
This was like 20 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Any other questions from the committee members? Yes, we have to.
hit your button.
So my question is, who is responsible if the drink is taken to the restroom and they do something? The hotel is responsible for that, or because that's not under the supervision of any of the staff of the hotel restaurant?
So your question is, if somebody were to take a beverage into the bathroom and
they do
then
something
add
on their
alcohol to
own.
it?
Yeah, they do something on their own.
That would be on them. I would.
How
I would
will
say.
prove that?
No, be careful when you do that. So you're asking a question, and then you let him respond.
Okay, sorry.
And then you look to me and say, further question.
Thank you. I'm learning.
Okay, I know. I realize. This
It's
is your
always an
first day on the
education
job.
with Representative Hunt.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I would say who would be responsible now? I mean, there's a law now. How would you prove that, right? Like, so if you are taking if the fear is that I'm coming in with a little bottle of vodka in my pocket and I'm going to bring it into the bathroom and add it to drinks, I could also drink that in the bathroom as well. Like if somebody's going to do that, then there's really no way to truly monitor that. I think the way that the restaurant would be potentially responsible is if the person was clearly very intoxicated and they continued to sell them drinks. But I don't think if they sold them one drink and that person was, milking that drink and keep adding their own, I mean, there's evidence that they only sold them one drink. I think that would should be able to protect the bar owner, because they would say, hey, we only sold them one drink, so something else happened. They either were drinking illegally in the bathroom or somewhere else with alcohol they didn't purchase from us, or they were leaving and coming back, like whatever the reasons are. So I think we know that the responsibility is on the bartender and the establishment to not overserve people. If they only served one drink, then presumably they should be able to kind of prove that they have receipts from what they sold.
Okay.
Right. I assume the question is in terms of whatever act that was committed inside. Let's say you've given it to a minor,
Right.
or having it spiked in the drink. It got so spiked to the point where they became intoxicated. Now the onus is on the restaurant, because if that person walks out and the liquor enforcement sees that person, and the person, I assume, will deny they did anything in the bathroom.
Of course, yeah.
And so therefore now the restaurant is liable for that person being drunk.
Right.
And I think that's what he's going with that
No,
question.
I got his intent, and I think I just answered it. I mean, if the liquor commission would come, and I'm sure they'll speak after me, and they can explain what their process to investigate this would be, but presumably they would look at it and say, well, there's no evidence that they actually overserved him. They served him one alcoholic beverage or two alcoholic beverages. If they had, if you show up and if I show up at a bar and they serve me 10 and then I do something, then
Right, obviously
they're going to
that's-
find that out. But I mean, if he's been served one or two drinks and somehow is so drunk that, there's a serious problem, presumably the liquor commission would be able to kind of figure that out by looking at receipts. And I mean, I know there's an investigation right there.
Okay. Yep, Representative Priscelli.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So would the restaurant or the establishment owner have the ability to not enforce this policy? Is it voluntary? So I could see a lot of issues where the restaurant owner would say, there's cleanliness issues, there's, I can't monitor anything, it's not enforceable. So would the restaurant owner be able to say, I'm not going to allow this policy? Thank you.
Sure, yeah, of course. No, this is not forcing them to say you must allow everybody to take their alcoholic beverages into the bathroom. If they don't want to do that, then they have a right to set their own policies. I'm just trying to enable restaurants to not put up signs up there if they don't want to allow people to make that, or allow the establishment to make their own choices. But yeah, this is not requiring them to allow people to take whatever they want into the bathroom. They want to make their own policy, they can. But right now the policy is that you can't. And I want to allow restaurants to not have to have that policy by law. So it's enabling for the establishment.
Representative Herbert.
I'm under the impression it's not legal to go into the bathroom with,
Right, that is currently illegal.
that's the current, so you can't do this.
Right, and so this bill would allow that to become legal.
Representative Tully. No, I'm sorry, I get it right. Sharisa. Sorry.
Maybe I missed the beginning part of it. So you might reiterate. What's the advantage of allowing in the
Yes.
restroom?
Yeah, it's not necessarily an advantage of having it in there. I mean, it's just, I think when you are when you have an alcoholic beverage, you should be in control of that alcoholic beverage at all time. And so if you're somebody who's at the restaurant or the bar and you buy a drink and then you need to use a restroom, if you can't take it with you, then it gives an opportunity for somebody to take advantage and spike the drink with a drug. And so I don't know if you heard the story, but I have a very close friend who woke up after having only one drink at a bar, and woke up in a hotel room and had clearly been raped, and there was nobody in there. And so that was the motivation behind this when I discovered that this was the current state of the law. I just think that you should be in charge of your own beverage at all times to try to minimize the chances of things like that happening.
You mean somebody can put something in
Yeah,
your drink?
so this is the part where you turn to me
Okay.
and say, I have a further question.
So I have a follow-up
Yes,
question
you
on
may
that.
proceed.
So is the liability of the restaurant same if the drink is being done in the restaurant versus in the restroom?
The liability?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that there's. I think the reason the law is currently in place is because they were fearful of people buying a drink and then adding more alcohol to it, and so my solution to that would be, or not solution, but my explanation of how they would deal with that is, if there was some sort of a concern that somebody was overserved, there would be an investigation, as there always is by the Liquor Commission if there's an issue, and they would see that they either were overserved or they weren't overserved. If you only bought one drink and you were drunk enough that it looked like you had 10 drinks, then that's obviously not on the restaurant. Something else was going on. We also know that, I don't know how effective this policy is at preventing that. I mean, I have spoken to several restaurant and bar owners in the state who have told me that every night they find nips in the trash of bathrooms. So, I mean, they're either drinking them or they're, I just think it probably isn't effective at achieving that goal as is, but I don't think the liability would suddenly shift to the restaurant, because I think, just because you leave someplace drunk, there's going to be an investigation if something happened, and the Liquor Commission is capable of doing a thorough investigation and looking at how many drinks were served or whatever to make sure that they hadn't broken the law.
Great.
One last follow-up.
We don't let too many, but we'll let you have one more, but if
One
it's a
last.
quickie, right?
Yeah, quick. So I feel that if they take the drink in the bathroom, they can also misuse they can put the drug.
Now, see, I'm glad you did that, because that's what you cannot say. Because you're saying, I think, okay? So what we have a policy is that if you were going to go down this pipe, you would say, would you believe?
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Would you believe that I think? Okay? But in general, the purpose of these hearings is just to gather information. We're not into an interrogation. You'll have plenty of time to tell us what you think when we get into the full committee and the subcommittee work.
Thank you.
But in the hearing, we generally don't want to hear what you think.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your testimony, Representative. Thank you for taking my question. Case in point, if somebody bought a soft drink at the establishment and took it into the bathroom and took their little nip of vodka, threw it into the drink, threw it into the can or glass of soda, would this bill have any ramification with that?
I mean, presumably not. It's already illegal to consume alcoholic beverages that are not bought at that establishment, in the establishment. So somebody's already breaking the law in that case. And that seems like, since you're allowed, I don't think there's any prohibition on bringing a Coke or a Pepsi into the bathroom and then spiking it with, I don't know, Jack Daniels or whatever. I mean, if somebody's going to try to do it, they're gonna be able to do that. So I think while I understand the intent of the current prohibition on this, I don't think that it's actually all that effective, because you just laid out a really easy way that I could have a nip in my pocket and spike a Coke that I just bought, and there's no prohibition of bringing that Coke in there because technically it was sold without alcohol. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong that you can't bring any drinks into into restrooms, but I don't think that is the law. And
Thank
so
Law
I
is
think
you
that's a
cannot
good.
bring any alcohol into an alcohol licensed establishment.
Right. So if you're going to break the law and bring alcohol into an alcoholics that you bought somewhere else into the establishment, then this prohibition, I doubt, is going to prevent somebody from spiking or whatever we're fearful of happening.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
I seemingly have no pink cards here. So I assume there might be people have opinions. Ah, okay. So this is another rookie mistake, right? Yes. When you see those pink cards, you want to make sure you get rid of them. This is good. This is a good orientation. This is good. I'll have to remember this when we do the orientation. This is great. Okay.
Whatever that is.
Okay. Yeah. So Mike, I assume. Which bill are we doing? 71. Yes.
242.
Right. Come on. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers, President and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We have a great deal of concern with this proposal for all the issues that you really just kind of bantered around. Obviously, I respectfully disagree that I think that by allowing alcoholic beverages to be taken into the bathroom on top of the illicit things that are happening, I think really does raise the liability for the restaurant owner or the licensee, regardless of the type of license, but for the licensee. So, and really the biggest concern I think for us is, whilst certainly can acknowledge that we have heard and seen instances where, yes, restaurants are finding nips in the trash cans, et cetera. Again, that's against the best efforts of what the business owners are trying to prevent. But where we get quite concerned is the underage consumption in bathrooms. You know, when we're monitoring our service area, you know, restaurant floor, hotel, restaurant, whatever it might be, you know, we have staff that is coming and going at all times. That's not happening necessarily in a bathroom unless we post somebody in a bathroom. And frankly, this is where we could see the intersection of age individuals purchasing alcohol and meeting up with their underage friends in a stall and just passing the drinks off kind of scenario. And I think that's where we have a great deal of concern. You know, certainly can appreciate the horrific story that, you know, triggered this proposal, but, you know, I think this is where businesses working with customers, you know, hopefully trying to find ways that we can combat these kinds of issues. I will also say that in talking with liquor enforcement, and I assume they're going to testify, but, you know, more and more businesses have cameras in their service areas now for the very reason of liability, right? Because what we're trying to mitigate is the liability. So if we know for a fact that an individual is slipping drinks to an underage person in the restaurant, we can catch them at it, you know, if they're doing it surreptitiously. If it's in a bathroom where there's no cameras, there's no proof, there's no way to track, it just creates an issue for us. So I think the bottom line is we have a great deal of concern with this. We hope we don't change this particular proposal. So with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Any questions from the committee members? I guess
Off the
not.
hook easy. Thank you.
Okay. Chief Armageddon. And Danielle Ellison. Deputy Chief. Okay, there's good.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Danielle Ellison. I am the Deputy Chief of New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. Nice to meet you new members. You'll be seeing a lot of our group today. I just wanted to clarify a couple things so everybody has a clear understanding of what the current law is, what the current investigation process is, and what the law would do. So yes, the law right now prohibits drinks from being brought into the restroom. To speak to the overservice and minor issue, if an overservice occurs, there is a very detailed and thorough investigation that is conducted. So if we do encounter an intoxicated person on the premise, we do a full investigation. We pull receipts, we interview staff, we pull surveillance video if that's the case. So there could be a situation where someone does add alcohol to their beverage in the restaurant or in the bathroom, and the restaurant is not held liable if they did not serve and were properly monitoring the premise. However, there is statute that does say if a person under the age of 21 is caught in possession of alcohol inside your licensed establishments, then you are liable as the licensee. That's very clear. That's a very black and white law. If they possess or consume alcohol on your premise, you're liable. Doesn't matter how they obtained it, doesn't matter how they got it. The state is very strict when it comes to minors possessing alcohol. In terms of licensees' business practices, us as the state and liquor enforcement, we're not in the business of telling the licensee how to run their establishment. We inform them of the laws. It is up to them to determine how they would like to staff their establishments or the individual business practices that they put in place. So to answer some of those questions, the licensee could still prohibit drinks in the bathroom. They would still be authorized to do that. They can prohibit drinks anywhere in their licensed establishment that they don't want people to drink. The law requires us to have approved areas of service, which are the areas that they say, am I able to serve drinks in this room or in this function hall or in this smaller room, but they are also allowed to limit it and create any business practices that they think will benefit them in safely operating their business and in compliance with the laws. So they still would be able to restrict access to the bathroom to follow up with what Mike Summers said. Staffing, they're unable to staff it, they're unable to monitor it. They would still be able to prohibit that access if they wish to.
Great. Any questions from the committee members? Yes, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you feel that there could possibly be, underreporting, possibly a lot of underreporting of the situation that Representative Sullivan mentioned? Because of the, embarrassment and having to go through the legal system, so that, perhaps we don't know how large a problem that this could possibly be, and that this could definitely help to avoid it?
Sure. I think it's hard to say one way or the other. What I would say is that those complaints wouldn't necessarily come to our organization. They could come to us if if it was suspected that a bartender or a staff member was the one spiking the drinks, but those complaints tend to go more towards the local police department. So it's hard for us to say that one way or another, because it wouldn't necessarily be a complaint that we would receive directly.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, so that's you guys. I got no other cards. We're all set. Kate Fry from New Futures is in support of the bill. And Elizabeth Sargent, New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, are opposed to the bill. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 81. And you got 4 minutes. So we have a minute before we start, and we have Representative Spear was complaining about the ventilation system being so noisy here. So I will take this opportunity to officially announce, because not everyone knows that we will be abandoning this building. Come to the we're going to go up into the woods up in it's going to be a scenic drive to get to where we're going, but no, right, that would be, so but we'll be here in Concord, and but that will I assume it's supposed to happen this spring, so I assume it'll probably, when we start in September doing our subcommittee or whatever retained bills, we will be meeting. They don't know where we're going yet? They do. Oh yeah, it's called, what's the building called? Anybody help me out here? What's the building in Concord that we're all going to? It used to be the insurance company's building.
The prison?
It's very close to the prison. You drive by it to get there. Who's from Concord here? Somebody must know the answer to this question. The Department of Justice there, but after they got vacated this building, they moved up there. But what was that? Concord Insurance, or what was the insurance company that used to be in there? I see someone from the banking department, right? Lincoln. Yes, that's what it was, Lincoln. So anyway,
Mr. Chairman, are they going to knock this building down?
no, they're going to rip this whole. They're going to
Thank God.
reventilate the whole building, the ventilation system, but evidently it's so dramatic in terms of tearing and making a mess that we're going to go on vacation, another COVID trip. Okay, all right, 10:45. Let's open up the public hearing on House Bill 77, prohibiting businesses from scanning individuals' licenses when selling alcohol or tobacco products. And I see the prime sponsor here. Representative Vermeil. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Kevin Verville from Rockingham 2. I represent Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. This bill is a direct result of a constituent request. And so, unfortunately, my constituent has the bad habit of smoking cigarettes. And so, and other people have reached out as well. So when they go to purchase cigarettes at certain establishments, the establishment is not just checking the identification for age verification, but they are scanning that identification, typically a driver's license. And that gives many of my constituents pause for privacy concerns. So we can imagine sort of a negative scenario where we have somebody working at an establishment, convenience store, and a customer comes in that perhaps they're interested in, perhaps they dislike, and so they check the identification and they scan it into the database. And now later, of course, that is searchable. So now you have the full name, you have the home address, the driver's license number, you have a lot of personal information being stored. And for the life of me, and maybe somebody can inform me, for the life of me, I can't imagine why a business selling tobacco products or alcohol would need to scan and save personal identification information. If we dismiss that as a concern, which, I suppose you could, we can imagine people's personal information being stored on a computer that's attached to the internet, and the store gets hacked, and now all that personal information is stolen and now available to whoever did the hacking. this bill is actually pared down from what I initially wanted to file. I wanted to file a ban on scanning identification of somebody purchasing any good or service that they have a legal right to purchase. Right, you check the ID. Maybe you write down the driver's license number. Right, that's what we do in some cases. If you go to purchase a firearm, they don't scan your driver's license. They notice it's a New Hampshire driver's license, and they put the driver license number, and they have that information in a secured state and federal database. This is different. So this is a good faith effort to protect the privacy of the citizenry at large. It's not just New Hampshire citizens. You can imagine maybe people coming from other states to buy alcohol and tobacco in New Hampshire for various reasons. And so to protect their personal information, this is a good faith effort at achieving that goal.
Okay, so I got one very simple question. Who told you that these scanning machines retain any information that's on the card? Because what I was told is that all it does is looks at the barcode and helps the merchant to say yes or no that they're old enough, but there is no retaining of any personal information, not even retaining that event even occurred.
So I've been told that the scanning of the identification is keeping that. Whatever scanner the store this person is using and others, they believe that information is being scanned. So I guess I would look at the flip side.
Because we're getting two different pieces of information. So
Fair enough, but if I just can flesh
Yeah.
out my answer, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you're correct and I'm incorrect, this bill does no harm. And it's still a good common sense protection to put into place proactively.
Well, I disagree with that because this bill says scan. That the whole purpose of these scans is so that the person who's checking for the ID doesn't have to do the math to find out whether that person really is 18 or 21. You know, there were the years and might be close to their birth. They show up on their birthday, you know, that they want to make sure they get it right. The purpose of the scan is so that it's quickie. You just stick it in, it says yes or no, and you're gone. So the problem with this bill is the word right out of the beginning, the word scan. You need to remove scan. You're saying, well, we're saying you should be allowed to do a scan for the sole purpose of saying whether the person is of age, but not worrying, and then go on to say that it's a prohibition to record, retain, or store. In other words, we could leave that language in, but you got to take out the part that allows them to do the scan in the first place. Would you believe?
Mr. Chairman, once again, I've gotten excellent advice from you. I don't think I've ever gotten bad advice from you. I would certainly be more than willing to either have an amendment drafted or work with a member of the committee for a friendly amendment that might take troublesome language out but still accomplish the end goal, and I appreciate the advice. So yes, I would not have a problem with that. It's the storage of the information I have a problem with.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Now, does anybody have a question? You can put in a pink card if you want to speak. I did. Yeah, but you can't ask a question. You can put in a pink card and speak. I did put in a pink card. Okay, all right. So now we do have a question. We'll start at this end, Representative Burrows.
Thanks for answering my question, Representative. Is there ever a legitimate reason for a business to retain that information that you're aware of?
So, thank you for the question. And you're supposed to say thank you for taking the question because I can refuse to answer. But
Thank you for taking the question. I appreciate it very, very much.
Certainly.
And thank you for being.
Yeah, certainly. I can imagine that there are commercial transactions, or perhaps even private transactions where the storage of that type of information may be required. I am not an expert in banking, but I can imagine that perhaps there are financial vehicles where the institution that is, carrying out those transactions may be required to keep that information on file. We should note that my understanding of this section of law is that a consumer can consent to having that information copied, not scanned, copied and stored. So the consumer has the right to say yes or no and choose to move forward or not. The institution doesn't and shouldn't have the right to demand it unless it's legally required somewhere else in either RSA or federal code. Thank you for the question.
Representative Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering, what was the background to specify pawnbroker, scrap metal dealer, or secondhand dealer in this language?
Yes, thank you.
Because-
Thank you for the question. This is existing law, and so the changes are the parts that are crossed out, which would be language removed, and the language in bold is the language that would be added. I'm not sure what font this is. It looks like Times New Roman, so anything that's in a standard Times New Roman font, so not italicized, not bold, not crossed out, is already existing RSA. And I would defer to the chairman to confirm that that's correct.
Absolutely correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sullivan?
Thank you for taking my question. So I actually can get on board with your intentions here. I could definitely see a world where people unwillingly are giving up their information and then it's being sold and marketed and whatever without you knowing. But I do see something that I haven't seen addressed yet. I'm wondering if you maybe know or if anybody's talked to you about it in your research before you made this bill. Are these machines designed to maybe catch fake IDs? Because I could imagine a world where you put my ID in and we know that I'm of age and so it's fine. But if you put in one and I was 20, it's going to come up as fake, but it might not be something that I could tell as the shop owner. And it's a good way to kind of prevent them from being liable for selling to somebody that looks like they have a real ID when it's really fake. And that to me seems like if you don't change it to prevent scanning or something like that, then that seems like a potential risk that could now be borne by the convenience store or whatever.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I agree with the request of the chair that the word scan be removed, because it's not the scanning that's the problem. It's the storage of the information. So I have no problem with that. I'm not familiar with the machines. I've never seen one. I've never operated one. They certainly don't scan. So I don't buy tobacco products, but I do buy alcohol from time to time. And my identification has never been scanned for proof of age or any other purpose, because there is such a wide breadth and depth of potential identifications. I'm not sure that the machine is universal. I would certainly hope that if I showed up at my local convenience store to buy say a bottle of wine, and I was challenged at the checkout counter for my age, and the only identification I happened to be in possession of was, say, either my passport or they now have passport cards, right, for land crossings only. I would certainly hope that the retailer would accept that, and I don't know that these scanners scan all 50 states. I can imagine a tourist coming down from Canada or some other destination, Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia. I hate to leave anybody out, and their IDs would not match that. So it's simply a visual look. But to remove scan, to simply stop the saving of that information, I have no problem with. So I think we have alignment.
Yeah, my understanding is it's a real ID issue. It's a real, and that if you ever want to experience this, I've been told that you can go into one of those Massachusetts marijuana stores, and they all are required to have them.
So, Mr. Chairman, it is my understanding that the quote, so now, because we have to be careful about language. When we talk about real ID, right, somebody like me thinks a driver's license from the state is sufficient. However, the federal government has imposed a pending regulation of what they call real ID, which essentially makes a state-issued driver's license a soft passport, although it can't be used for those purposes, right? It becomes a federal ID at that point. To the best of my knowledge, Massachusetts or any other state that I'm aware of that has retail sales of cannabis requires a real ID. A standard New Hampshire driver's license is sufficient. New Hampshire RSA does not mandate that New Hampshire citizens obtain a real ID when they renew their driver's license. And the threat, of course, is, well, you can't board a plane unless you have a real ID. Well, I'm blessed enough to have a passport card, as well as global entry, and any of those identifications, because they're federal, are in fact default real IDs. So when we're talking about real ID in the quote as a federal requirement, I'm not aware of states requiring real ID for cannabis transactions, and I don't believe that can be mandated in New Hampshire without act of the legislature.
That's true too. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Question?
Is this of the chair or me?
No, I guess it's for the representative.
Is he willing to take another question?
Oh, certainly.
It just occurred to me that when I go to a grocery store, all my groceries are scanned. And are we going to see a bill in the future? And maybe this is not, because it's starting to sound like we're snowballing into something. Are we going to start seeing a law that says that we can't scan our groceries?
Thank you for the question. So again, I've already yielded to the question as brought up by the chair. The removal of the word scan causes me no pause at all. I have no problem removing the word scan for the purposes of identification. When you go to the grocery store, they are choosing to scan items to determine the price. Your privacy is protected in that if you pay cash and you are not participating in their rewards program, right? Because their rewards program obviously has your personal identification. If you pay cash, then there's no way to trace back a grocery sale to the person that made the purchase.
Great.
So
Thank
no,
you.
I don't, so to answer the question, no, I don't believe that this is a first step at snowballing to try to eliminate scanning from society.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair will now call on David Walker, Representative Walker. And Ms. Johnson, you will be next, but under protocol, we always do reps first. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Representative Dave Walker from Rochester, and I do kind of have a problem with the word scan. My problem with this, the way they do things, is a different angle. My driver's license expired, and as of December, I needed to get one of these, which is a temporary one while I'm waiting for the mail to come. Well, if I go to a store and I want to buy an alcoholic beverage or a cigar or cigarettes or whatever, they want to scan it. It's mandatory to scan it. Well, this doesn't have a barcode because it's a temporary. So if you hand them a passport, that doesn't scan either. So you're turned away and you cannot buy alcohol or tobacco unless you scan it. So unless they go back to due diligence where last I knew I don't look under 21. And they did the old man with a white beard down to here, but we were both denied and left. So I think there needs to be something changed in that law. You don't have to scan if you don't have a barcode on your temporary driver's license or your barcode or your passport. So that's where I really have a problem, is that you have to scan or they don't serve you. They don't.
Yep, but that's that establishment's policy that they only do scan. In other words, we don't statutorily require that. That if they have a policy that says I always used to laugh when I went, in the Boston Garden, that they would card me. And I said, well, I know my hair is platinum, but it's not the platinum you might be thinking. But so I assume that if you're that vendor, that whoever you went to buy liquor or cigarettes, and would have known you from the past because you're a regular, or maybe not.
Actually, yes.
And said, I cannot sell it to you because it's their store policy that they have to scan. The legislature can't fix that problem.
Well, because the word scan is in the law, that's their interpretation of it. And it's multiple places.
Well, right now, we don't have any, the scan's not in the law at all.
That's what they're doing. And
Right,
they
so that's their
cite-
policy.
They
That's their
cite the
policy.
law, and then even though I am a regular customer at this establishment, they know I'm 61 years old.
I'm pretty sure they didn't card you. But if they did.
They did card me.
Okay, and they refused to sell it to you?
Correct, because there's no barcode on a temporary driver's license.
And didn't you look at the person in the eye and say,
Yeah, and they looked back at me and said,
it's our store policy?
they're going to get fired if they didn't.
I would write a letter to the editor of your local Rochester paper and let everybody know that establishment is fickle.
I was actually thinking of picketing the thing, but that's fine. But it's more than one store. It's not just this one. There was others in Rochester that did the same thing.
Fair enough. Do we have any other questions for the committee members? Seeing none, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will now call on Deborah Johnson from Grantham, who is in support of the bill, and I hope you're not going to really take 15 minutes.
We'll see. I brought information. I gave it to you. Thank you to the chair and to the people for listening to me. I would ask you, first of all, since you've asked, you're unclear as to what is saved in here, to turn to this third leaf of the packet I gave you. Yeah, turn to the third leaf before I actually say what I have to say. And read about what these systems do.
Just, why don't you, since we don't have enough for everybody, would you please read to me what you think is important that they know?
This is one of the systems that's online that you can find. It's called BizCard Reader. Scan ID. Scan ID is a powerful card scanning software which helps you scan, manage, and maintain driver licenses and other identification cards. It scans and stores driver licenses, medical and insurance cards, and other photo IDs and creates a searchable database of the scanned cards. It reads the PDF 417 barcodes on U.S. and Canadian driver's licenses and automatically places the information from the barcode into the respective name, birth date, address, and other fields. It also has a built-in OCR engine which allows you to drag and drop data directly from the scanned image to any text field. I can't read you could pass it around. There's pictures of what it brings in. I want you to note that it also brings in the driver's license, the whole picture of the driver's license with signatures. The information on the driver's license, everything, your height, your weight, your date of birth, your driver's license number, your address, it's all on there, including your signature. Tell me that's not, I've studied this for quite a while, but now I will read you my statement. House Commerce and Consumer Affairs, and this is also in your packet. Thank you for addressing this issue that threatens the public's ability to protect against identity theft and other dangers associated with private identifying information. Since delving into this issue, I have come across other threats to individual rights to keep themselves safe from identity theft. In this packet, there's a screenshot of the information collected from driver's licenses and saved to databases. This is only one example of the applications being marketed for this purpose, which begs the question of how the federal law, also included in this packet, is being ignored. That was, by the way, that federal law was done in 1993. Barbara Boxer was the sponsor of that bill, and that bill was created because a celebrity was tracked down by her driver's license information coming into the wrong hands, and she was killed. And that's why that bill was made. But by not doing this, we are ignoring the federal law. While I first noticed and sounded the alarm regarding the scanning, I witnessed in convenience stores when standing behind customers during alcohol and tobacco purchases. My article in Granite Grok brought comments from others that point out other venues where driver's licenses are being scanned. I was notified that Macy's department store was scanning in order to prove identity during credit card transactions. Additionally, some election polls are using scanning rather than just viewing IDs. These are other examples that might give consideration to broaden the title of this bill so that it is made clear that all driver's license scanning is prohibited except for those specified in the law. For decades, I have been alarmed at how casually our Social Security numbers are used in various businesses for proof of identity. Those of us over a certain age might remember that these numbers were originally strictly limited to employment use only. That was the promise when created. Today, we see identity theft is running rampant, and this is one of the key pieces. Last summer, I chose to give up my position as a lake host after 4 years of service because I became aware that, without first notifying staff, New Hampshire Lakes put employee information in cloud-based human resources software, including full name, address, email, birth date, and social security number. It took over a week for them to take my information out of that system once I objected, resigned, and demanded that they delete my record from the cloud. During the back and forth, I was told that the system is very secure. That same month, the military employment data of the UK had been hacked, and I sent New Hampshire Lakes a newspaper report covering that event. I have since learned that this style of human resource management is becoming widespread practice. I urge you all to be vigilant in protecting the public against the danger of identity theft in every possible area. I have included the federal law in this packet. It's starts on the back of the letter. I included links to there's a ton of these systems that are being marketed online that collect our data, store them in a database, and it needs to stop. And I object to taking the word scan out of this law. Actually, this law needs to be broadened and made so that our identity is protected. And I hope that our representatives are willing to do that, because this world is getting to be a scary place. Anybody have any questions for me?
Representative Spear has a question.
Thank you. The scanner that you reference in here, is that the kind of scanner we're talking about? Maybe the Alcohol Commission can tell us if it's the same one.
I will tell you that I did write to and went through weeks of going back and forth with the Attorney General's office, and I asked them because they told us that, if you look at the New Hampshire law, what it originally said, which is crossed out on here, is unless authorized by the Department of Safety. And basically, if you go to the Department of Safety, and that's in this packet too, it has their rule. It's on the back of the second leaf of this, and the Department of Safety rules basically it says, yeah, go ahead, scan. I mean, it says, notwithstanding any rule of the contrary, the department authorizes the scanning of personal information from any license in electronic form or format, so long as all of the following conditions are met. The equipment used to scan such personal information does not visibly identify any personal information other than driver's license number and name. The equipment used to scan the personal information does not retain, store, or transfer any personal information other than driver's license number and name for any period of time. And the equipment used to scan the personal information does not store any personal information other than the driver's license number and name in a central repository, disaster recovery central repository, such as cold site or hot site, whether on site or in a remote location. I asked the Attorney General when I complained about this to him originally, and they basically, said it's all okay. I mean, I've got all of this here. I asked, well, did you go out and check these scanners to make sure that they're not doing any of this? I got no answer. I got blown off.
Where I'm having a follow-on
Further question you may
Further
inquire.
question, as opposed to follow-on question. Thank you. Where I'm having a problem with this is that 80% of all of our transactions happen with credit cards. So you have no safety as far as your identity is concerned. So just, I don't
My
know what to
eye
do with
color
that.
is
now,
not-
you can do cash. You can certainly do cash. So my question is, there are scanners that don't store. That's a fact. We see them in the grocery store all the time. I think you have to be a little bit more circumspect as to what type of scanning you're talking about.
I would
Not
like to
all
know
scanning.
that. Where do I find that out? Where do I find out what these are collecting? Who's going to find out for us? We need that.
When
Further question you may inquire.
this is not really a question, maybe this is for you to
Would
answer.
you believe? Oh, you want me to answer? Okay.
When someone has a complaint about anything, they go to consumer protection. If you feel there's a problem, then you go to consumer protection.
I did that. I have all the back and forth right here.
And they did nothing, I guess.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So the good news is this bill is going to go to a subcommittee where we're going to drill down and really get to the heart of the issue. Here's what I can tell you at this moment. 263.12, this RSA that it's in, is under the Department of Safety relative to driver's licenses. So in terms of normally with this committee, we probably have never delved into this RSA. In this committee, we would do consumer protection. And we would have our own statute that say with violation of the Consumer Protection Act for anybody to store information that was gained through scanning of a driver's license. That's the way we would probably write it, simple as that. However, whether that's the right answer or not, whether what we're telling you is in terms of figuring out what's going on with this license statute, we will resolve that in the subcommittee. The last thing I want to say to you is that it is very interesting that you said there is actually a federal law and that who enforces the federal law? Not the state.
Well, the state can be fined for the federal law.
I'm just saying that obviously the federal attorney general's office has that right to fine states for selling marijuana, but they don't do that either. Okay? So they have chosen not to enforce that statute. That's not our problem. Our issue is how do we deal with our licenses, whether real ID or not, how we deal with our licenses in our state and what information someone attempts to acquire from a credit card, or from a driver's license. The policy has always been, that I've seen, and I know I'm tracking my mind, but I know I've seen before how it is, in terms of illegal, that you're not, and I remember it was car dealers when they loan cars out to people, that they take a copy of your driver's license when they loan your car to you, that they are allowed to do that, but they must destroy that license when you return the car, that copy. I think that's what I'm reaching back to. So we will try to delve into this and get the right answer here. But as you will begin to see, there are a fair amount of industries and businesses in the state who are very concerned with the language of this bill as it's currently written.
I'm concerned with the fact that these are being scanned. I have an addition I'd like to make to the bill, that any business that's using a scanner must go through some process through the Attorney General or whoever would do it to make sure that that scanner is not storing that information.
I think that would be weights and measures like we do with our gas stations.
So I would like to, if you're going to allow any kind of scanner to be used, then they should be, there should be a process to make sure that those scanners are only checking for the birth date or
Fair
whatever.
enough.
But
Fair enough.
you have to protect our safety. We're under attack all the time with our private information.
I agree.
Does anybody else have any more questions for me? I have a lot of information here, but
So we'll see you when we do the subcommittee next week.
you're doing a subcommittee next week, and you
Correct.
want me to come to that?
Yes, we'd love to have you there.
And what is the time?
I haven't scheduled it yet, but it'll be either Wednesday. It'll probably be Wednesday.
Stay tuned.
So I'll try to keep Thursday free, but it'll be Wednesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Chief Armageddon, in our newer protocol, the next up would be a state enforcer who theoretically would be the one who would enforce. But obviously it's Department of Safety, which you used to do that, so you probably know about this statute.
28 years of that, right? We're going to tag team this, so Danielle will come up here shortly. Again, for the record, my name is Chief Mark Armaganian, Director of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today is, as you have already met, Deputy Chief Danielle Elston, Deputy Director of the same entity. We're going to tag team this because there are a lot of moving parts. First and foremost, from Head of Division, we appreciate, first of all, I appreciate totally the words of representative testifying here today. Privacy is, I think, first and foremost in most of our heads. In the retaining of information really concerns people, like was just testified to. We are not seeing that in our purview. And what we are seeing more, not only from a law enforcement point of view, so we wear a couple of hats here. Not only can I speak from my vision 8 years ago from 28 years with Department of Safety, State Police, but also from a law enforcement point of view and a regulatory point of view, because as all of you know, and we've testified a ton of times, we're trying to keep the vulnerable age group safe. At the same time, we're trying to protect our licensees from the use of fictitious IDs, and to be quite honest about it, and Danielle will talk more about it, those in the vulnerable age group that might have nefarious ideas of purchasing alcohol of not of legal age, we need some sort of verification process. So with that in mind, I appreciate and I love the process that goes on here of talking out bills. The lack of scanning really hurts this initiative of verifying age. Not retaining information is paramount. We understand that. So in listening to the previous testimony that was given from the representative to the committee here, it puts a smile on our face as we see this morph into something that is usable to not only law enforcement, scanning licenses, because in the world of efficiencies and effectiveness, if you go into any cruiser in this state, barring just a small group because of monetary reasons, you will find that information going into accident reports, running licenses, verification of identities, that's all done by scanning. That is technology as we look at it today. Like Representative Spear said, scanning groceries all the way through scanning drive. Scanning is a way of life now that we deal with for efficiencies. So we understand what is being said, what is being brought forward, and we like the position of the committee and especially you, Mr. Chairman, that we could take this product and make it better in subcommittee. So Danielle will give some technical information as it relates to it, and then we'll be open for questions.
Good morning again. I do think it's important, specifically with the law proposed, is it's prohibiting the scanning for the verification of age for the purchase of alcohol, tobacco product. This is a tool we see used throughout the industry for licensees to further assist them with verifying age. As I stated before in my previous testimony, when you get the liquor license or tobacco license, you as the licensee encumber the liability to ensure that the people purchasing the products are of age. So I do think we need to give them every option and every tool available for them to use to do that. Because even as a licensee, you also are then expecting your clerk to verify that age so that you yourself as the licensee holder don't get in trouble. So we do see this used significantly throughout the industry as a tool to verify age. What we have seen in most of our licensed establishments is what the chairman talked about previously, is a red light, green light. The ID is scanned. It's basically scanned into a calculator that says, yes, this person is 21 or not 21. We have seen some development of these point of sale systems, which help to identify fake IDs. I can tell you that fictitious IDs and the quality of these fake IDs has significantly improved in the last 5 to 10 years. We do training constantly on these. They are very hard to identify that they are fake. We see these tools used primarily in college towns as well, where the fake IDs are coming in cases in the mail. So I do think it is important to keep this as a tool for the licensees. One thing I do want to point out is that, again, like I said before, we're not in the business of telling the licensee how to run their business. They have to ensure that everybody that is purchasing alcohol and tobacco is of age. How they do that is up to them. We have licensees that require IDs by every patron that comes in and purchases alcohol, tobacco. Doesn't matter if you're 21, doesn't matter if you're 91. You have to, that is their store policy. You have to present an ID. We have licensed establishments who, with a temporary ID, require another form of backup with that temporary ID. They are able to put any restriction on that policy that they feel helps them run their business in compliance and in safety. So I do think you'll see a broad spectrum of policies when it comes to, is a passport accepted, is a passport card accepted. By statute, you can accept that as an age verification tool, but the licensee does not have to accept them if they choose not to. If they choose to say, we're not accepting passports here for the purchase of alcohol and tobacco, they have the ability to do that. So in terms of what you're going to see in the policy of IDing, we've seen all of it. Yes, sometimes it's scanned. There's even point of sale systems out there that actually don't allow the sale to go through unless there's a scanning. That's the point of sale system they've decided to purchase. That's the policy that they've put in place. So I think you're going to see a variety of policies and procedures with this, but I do think it is an important tool for the industry to have. But we agree. The information should not be stored. It should simply be for age verification for that purchase to happen.
And if I can just, furthermore, I've had direct conversations, and I apologize, I was looking at my phone, with Director John Marasco of the Division of Motor Vehicle. Him and I have been talking consistently within the last 2 weeks on this very issue of scanning. He has proposed AMVA, the Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. And it is a red light, green light initiative. I don't know how it works. I'm going to be seeing a test of it to see exactly what that entails. At the same time, it might be something for him to give maybe a tutorial on that in front of the committee here, so you can all see it. Again, there's no retention of any information. It is age verification. As Daniela said, we have seen errors even on the vertical licenses that actually spell out in a banner when the person turns 21. The math, the human error involved in doing the math or just reading comprehension, because sometimes people get nervous asking those questions. A little bit of a lack of a better term, a little bit of a flat spin happens, and they discount what the license is actually saying to them. And that sale is made to an underage person when it says they're 19 years old.
Let alone the license turned sideways.
And it's sideways. It's that of an underage person. And like I said, the math has been done for you on the license, on the face of the license. It tells you when the person is going to turn 21. So this is a tool, as Danielle said, to help the licensees. And I'm sure you'll hear from industry too that it would handicap them quite substantially. But I'm sorry to add to that, but just give you a little
Perfect.
bit more information.
Representative McAleer has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. I'm just curious, I just recently got my license renewed, and I got a real license, which I had to bring in additional documents. But my question is, on a New Hampshire license, does the barcode actually confirm my age? And so what's actually in the barcode?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I think that's a better question. I can wing it. But I think it's a better question for the Director of Motor Vehicle. In winging it, what these systems that we're familiar with are actually, as Danielle said, they're a calculator, so they're extracting or looking at the date of birth in the code.
Is there a chip in the card, or is it just looking at the barcode?
I think it's a QR code on
Just
the back.
they're looking at the
The new
QR
ones are
code.
QR codes. The old ones used to be magnetic codes.
Okay, so they're just looking at the QR code and then doing the math.
Yep.
Further
Just a
question.
follow-up. I would think that if that information was in the barcode, not only the age but the name or whatever, it would be very difficult for somebody to make a phony license. And so, if they don't do that, I would think a scanner should know that information, so to speak. It's just.
Yeah, thank you again, Representative. As Danielle has stated, the fakes overseas are really good. They're really good.
Yeah, anybody can make a QR code.
And the information
QR
on
code
the
is
front
easy.
of
It would
those
be if there was a
licenses
chip in it,
are
that would be a different
embedded.
story.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
I was just saying, if there was a chip in it, it would be a different story.
Yep.
But because it's a QR code, I mean, that's as common as I turn on my evening news and there's a QR code on the screen for where I should send money to.
If I could clarify, so we have, just to be clear, we have seen fake IDs that do scan. So they actually pass the scanning tool. The licensee is not held responsible for that. If it's a high quality, the statute allows for that. If it's a high quality fake ID, they do their due diligence to check those IDs. If they sell to a fraudulent ID, they're not held liable. It runs the gamut. Again, there's very, very high quality fake IDs. So this is why even if we're asked, should I get a, sometimes they'll ask, should we get one? Again, it's a business decision based on the licensee. It's a tool. It's not the end all. It's not the fail safe. It's not something, if it's a very, if I present your ID and it scans and you make the sale, you didn't do your due diligence and still checking that ID. Just because it scanned and said you made the sale, I'm very clearly not you. So it's not a fail-safe for the licensee. It's not an end-all saying, if you have this, you're not liable for anything. It's just a tool for they have. But yes, there are fake IDs. The majority of fake IDs do not scan, but there are fake IDs out there that we have encountered that do scan in certain systems. So it's ID based, it's system based, it's technology
It's not
based.
like my global where I don't even hand them anything. They just take my picture and they can tell who I am. Okay, Representative Salvi.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is, I do understand scanning is important. It's efficiency purpose, accuracy and all. We save money also. But any automation comes with some kind of a responsibility of the people who are implementing that system. So I would like to know two things. Number one, do you guys have audit in place, which you guys do quarterly or 6 months, to make sure that this policy has been implemented, and do you have the record of that, and how many audits has been done by the owner of the system in last 3 years?
So we're not responsible for the systems. We're not responsible for auditing the systems.
This statute is under safety. It's not under the Liquor Commission.
Yeah, it's safety means if somebody is basically saying that they are going to scan my private information, they need to have a system in place to protect my information. And only way the customer will have some kind of a some kind of a basically they are comfortable if there is an audit in place and which has to be followed, and it has to be followed with certain kind of a guidelines.
Would you believe?
Yeah, we need to be.
That's what you wanted to say. Would you believe?
Would you believe?
Yes. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right,
You're
thank
teaching
you.
me. That's
It's
fine.
it. Thank you very much. As I said, I'm trying to emphasize for freshmen, we're not judging. We're just in terms of our opinion. We don't want to know your opinion in the hearing.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, we don't know. All we're trying to do is get information from the public and from the departments and people who are affected by the legislation. But then once we get into the subcommittee and exec session, then you're free to
Yeah.
go crazy on your opinion.
No, I
So-
would rather basically ask the question and they let them be prepared for the next session.
And
Yes.
if I can add into this, Mr. Chairman, thank you again for your question, Mr. Representative. I think also because this bill is pointed at tobacco and alcohol, we think liquor enforcement. But really, the oversight is safety, and there are other departments throughout state that actually have oversight of POS systems and that. So it's a great question that has to be pointed at the right people in the room. So, but at the end of the day, we try to do our due diligence. We understand what everybody's concerns are, and we're not snubbing them at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Solly.
Thanks for taking the question. I just want to understand the process. So when the scanning is done, does it connect with the Department of Motor Vehicles or somewhere to validate that the scan is correct?
No, it's a local computer, a local system in the computer or in the POS system. So all it's doing is hitting. So the AMPA system does do that from what I've been told, but I'm sorry. It was a very brief conversation that I had with the director of motor vehicle. So that's going to be a bigger conversation, and maybe he can come to the subcommittee to testify in front of you. The systems that we're talking about, like our own, are localized systems that pretty much do the math for you. It's a calculator within the POS system that just figures out your age, and that's it. It doesn't retain information at all. Now, is that everybody? I don't know. There's been some compelling information that's been given to us today that says that there are systems out there that retain information, which is against state law, and those issues have to be brought up to the proper authorities. But there are others that don't retain information and just figure out age. And that's what we're here to just make sure we can protect. And again, I really appreciate what the representative and Mr. Chairman, you have said with each other, because in our eyes, it's going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I have 3 cards in opposition, and I see another card hiding there, whether she's going to show up or not. I would say that as a chair, I have been around for a while, so I scan the room and always keeping an eye on the room. And I do know that there is the bank commissioner and representative of the bank department, because I believe they're required to copy that driver's license and keep it as part of the file when I do my mortgage. So that again would say to me is that the statute probably put it in the Consumer Protection Act. Banking is exempt from it, so it might cover all businesses except those 4 industries, but we have to decide how we want to handle that. But in this case, I think that this bill is it's probably in the wrong statute for enforcement. Okay, having said that, Tom Parasol, representing New Hampshire Retail Association, in opposition to the bill, and please do not repeat anything that's already been said.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Prasol from Demers, Prasol, and Thomas, and I'm here today representing the New Hampshire Retail Association. I understand you've heard a lot of information and that this bill will be going to a subcommittee, so I will keep my testimony brief. I do want to say that the New Hampshire Retail Association represents about 350 members statewide of all different sizes. And we also recognize that this bill is an attempt to protect the privacy of individuals, and I want to assure you that that is also a cornerstone part of what the retail establishments do. One thing I do want to point you to, and this will all come out during subcommittee, which I am more than happy to participate in, is there are currently rules around the law that exists, and that is Safe C 5606.06, and that's those rules provide information about obtaining the information to verify the identity of the consumer, and also about not using the information whole or in part obtained from license to link with any other database. In addition to that, there are also safety protections that were established in a bill that was adopted, I believe, 2 years ago, Senate Bill 255, relative to privacy, which requires businesses to have a mechanism for folks to purge their information from any system. So that information is already out there as well. I just want to go on record saying that retail establishments do take age verification very seriously, and this is, as Deputy Chief Elston mentioned, a tool they have in the toolbox to ensure that they are complying with the age restriction laws in the state. With that, I will keep my testimony at that, answer possibly any questions I can, and I will look forward to the subcommittee next week.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Chair will call on Rich Parsons of the New Hampshire Grocers Association.
Good morning, Rich Parsons, Rathyoung Pignatelli, representing the New Hampshire Grocers Association. We are also opposed to this bill today for similar reasons that have already been said. I thought I was going to give you some new information about the privacy bill, SB 255 that Tom mentioned, but he beat me to it. That law just went into effect January 1st and allows the consumer to figure out what information any business is collecting on them in the state and be able to have that information deleted. The Attorney General just put out a document on it actually yesterday. So my testimony kind of speaks for itself on the importance of being able to scan for age-restricted products to ensure we don't have severe penalties. The red light, green light system was already discussed, but that is what the system that is in place for the folks that do scan. That we've heard, they do that they scan it, gives them a red light or a green light, and we otherwise abide by all federal and the new state privacy laws as well. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chris Gagnon from the New England Convenience Store Association. Now you can see all the different licensees that we have for off-premises liquor sales.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, representatives. For the record, my name is Chris Gagnon. I'm the safety director for Hafner's gas stations. Hafner's is a family-run business that's been around for about 100 years. We have 70 retail locations across 3 states, 11 of which are in the state of New Hampshire. At our retail stores, we prioritize the safety and well-being of our employees and community above everything else. We hold 3 core values strong to our heart. 1, fueled by family. It's not just our individual families, but the families that come and visit our stores and purchase from our stores. You are our family in general. Always doing the right thing, taking ownership of the things that we do day to day, and doing it in a way that makes sense both for the company as well as for our customers. And then safety in everything that we do. This is our strongest value we hold, and we believe that if we have a safe working environment for our employees and a safe atmosphere for our customers, we're making a change for our communities. For Hafner's, scanning IDs when selling alcohol and tobacco isn't just about following the law, it's about protecting our families, doing the right thing for our customers, and ensuring a safer future for our youth. We use the ID scanning technology, which can confidentially verify every customer's age, reducing the risk of underage sales and preventing harmful products from getting into the wrong hands. Without this technology, the store and/or the associate would be at an increased risk of violations caused by human error. It's a small but crucial step that helps us build trust with our customers while upholding our responsibility to the community and our core values. Our system does not store any personal information, and by physically scanning the ID, it helps our associates accurately verify a customer's age, reducing the risk of illegal sales to minors. For us, it's not just about the transaction, it's a commitment to family, integrity, safety, and the values that make our neighborhood strong.
Thank you very much. Any
you.
questions
Any
from the committee
questions?
members? I think they're all questioned out.
I feel so. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
listening. I appreciate it.
And we have one card left, Kate Fry from New Futures, also in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. We are an organization that works on health and wellness policies. I specialize in the area of substance misuse. So I would just say, I'm just going to add additional information. Most of what my thoughts have been said. But we know that checking IDs is an important measure both for preventing alcohol and tobacco misuse and underage use. The only thing that I was hoping that the Liquor Commission would bring up is that there could be some federal funding at stake if our non-compliance rates dip for tobacco regulations. States are required under the SINAR law to meet a certain amount of do a certain amount of inspections and compliance checks. If that non-compliance check falls below 20%, then federal funding could be at risk. So I'm just saying this is an effective tool, first, as was said earlier by the Liquor Commission. If this is a tool that businesses rely on to make sure they're in compliance and also protecting their liability, we feel that it's important to have an option. And I will just go on record saying that we just believe it should be scanned. We would not want any business to keep private information that they should not have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on House Bill 77? Did I get the right bill number? I did. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And I did it before noon. Look at that.
Sorry, what? We didn't talk about all the. We have two separate. So if you look at this, this is how it is. So when the time gets announced, like even if we finish early, like we finished this one early, we had to wait until we got to that time. You can't start.
Because other people will not
come.
come. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 79 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Leishman. Good afternoon, Representative Leishman.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. You look like the Representative Washington without your suit coat on up there.
We have a failed heating system here, and it's decided to be on full blast, so it's really warm down here.
Anyway, for the record, Mr. Chairman, my name is Peter Leishman. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon, and I'm here to address House Bill 79. As the chairman knows, I've taken a particular interest in the Liquor Commission over the years and have filed certain pieces of legislation. This legislation, as you can see, is just to establish a commission to look at the Liquor Commission to see whether it should be privatized or not. It's not saying it should or it shouldn't, but I think it's time that we give a real good look. I have probably the disadvantage of serving on the Finance Committee where my division looks at the Liquor Commission, and for a long period of time now, there's been significant growth in expenses, but not a corresponding increase in revenue. I just looked at the revenue figures for the last 6 months. It's kind of disappointing. The revenues are down nearly, 18.7% over plan. That's a significant amount of money. It makes it difficult for us to find the money to keep the state going. And again, we've seen a lot of increase in expense, but not a corresponding increase in revenues. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would certainly entertain any questions. I know there are people behind me that also wish to speak.
Okay, Representative McAleer has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Where is this expense coming from? Any particular area? Is it personnel? Is it location, rents? Do you know?
Personnel is a big driver. The last budget cycle, I actually wrote that down to make sure I had the correct numbers. The Liquor Commission had 343, and they were asking for an increase to bring the number of employees up to 371. There are expenses. They're building rather attractive liquor stores around the state, and there is an expense there. They're not paid for right out of the gate. They're paid for over a period of time. So I think it's important to at least get a group of people together, not only legislators, but people that are affected by the industry, to see whether it makes sense to privatize or not. James Farah, who I think you may know, he's now at the legislative office. He's our key person over there, the number one person. I talked to James, who used to work for the Liquor Commission, and he said that we'd probably realize over $1 billion if that was sold. It's all, again, it would only be one-time money, but perhaps if we had an appropriate fee or tax structure, we'd make just as much money without owning the Liquor Commission as we do now. Thanks for your question.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about building of new liquor stores. Obviously, that's a big expense, but isn't construction usually paid for via bonding rather than out of the general budget?
It's paid for by money from the Liquor Commission. So if they have a bond, it's actually money that does come from the Liquor Commission fund. It's not general funds, if you will, for another use aren't being paid to, build liquor stores. Sure.
Representative Petrusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question, Representative. If memory serves, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, there were efforts to get rid of the Liquor Commission. How is this bill here significantly different than 2 years ago's bill, except for the fact that this now creates a commission? Thank you.
This looks at a commission to make a recommendation to the legislature whether it should be privatized or not. So it's not forcing a decision yet on the legislature. The commission may come back with a recommendation that it works well now, or it may come back and say it needs more study, or maybe we should privatize it. So it's opening it up for further review and getting people outside of the legislature involved. Sure.
Representative Post.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this, is starting a commission, is there an expense to that?
The only expense would be to pay legislators to commute. It's within the bill, so there wouldn't be any money given to, say, someone that was appointed by the Restaurant Association or the Attorney General's office, which is mentioned in the bill. So it's just mileage for legislators.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. From what I've learned, the decline in sales of revenue are across many states because the increase in consumption of cannabis. And I wonder if you've looked at that and have drawn any conclusions from that.
I've heard that. I don't know how much truth there is to that. Generally, liquor sales are down worldwide, I believe. People aren't drinking as much as they used to. It's dry January, so probably the revenue figures for next month will be even worse than they are for the last 6 months. But I'm sure cannabis is having an impact, even though it's allegedly illegal in New Hampshire still.
And also the biggest competitor, Total Wines, has doubled the amount of stores they have in Massachusetts. So that would cut into who's usually one of our major customers is Massachusetts residents.
Well, you're absolutely correct.
Representative Ammon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the testimony.
Sure.
We've heard some complaints that there's too many commissions, and there's a suggestion that I heard earlier today to cut 2 commissions for every one you create.
This wouldn't be a good one to do that to.
Well, this isn't created yet.
This would be the one you create.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you have, would you give it any thought to trim down some other commissions?
Oh, do you have 2 commissions you want to get rid of?
Yeah.
You know, to be honest with you, I don't know whether the commissions have been proposed yet. I haven't seen any that have hit my radar, but I hope this would be one that you'd consider because it's an issue that I think really should be addressed because of declining revenue and whether we want to continue on a path with a part of state government that, in my opinion, probably should be handled in private hands versus the state running the Liquor Commission. But that's up to the commission,
But
Mr. Chairman.
Wouldn't the revenue to the state be radically reduced if it was in private hands?
I don't believe so, but we, as you already know, generate over $800 million here, and we generally get around $100 million back. So to me, it seems a little lopsided when you're bringing in over $800 million and declining revenues, and generally we're in the 100 plus or minus range at the end of the year.
I don't have my numbers in front of you, but I think those numbers are wrong. So, Representative Spear.
I know that that you look at the numbers and you see all that, but just off the top of your head, what would you hope to gain if we did privatize? I mean, what do you see as a possibility there?
From my own experience in the business I'm in outside of the legislature, I'm actually in the railroad business. It's as heavily regulated by the government, and where the government has stepped back within the industry, there's been more profitability, actually more safety. I think generally private business runs better than government. It's proven that most government agencies are more expensive to oversee and run than private industry. So my guess is that the expenses would be eliminated, obviously, if the Liquor Commission was privatized, and all we would actually be looking to gain is taxes from liquor and wine sales. Sure.
Representative Sullivan.
Thanks for taking my question. I'm just curious if you know, and maybe it's for the Liquor Commission when they come up afterwards, but presumably we'd want some sort of Liquor Commission to stick around to, make sure that they're following regulations that we have in place. Do we know if those are broken up separately, or are those just all costs? In which case, those costs wouldn't be eliminated were we to privatize.
Yeah, enforcement is, they already have an enforcement division, as I'm sure you know. That's part of their expense. You'll see in the bill it asks for someone from the Department of Safety to be involved. There's been a long debate between legislators. The Department of Safety has been involved in some of this discussion, whether the state police should oversee enforcement versus a separate enforcement agency within liquor. You'd still have to have somebody like an enforcement arm. It probably would fall to the Department of Revenue Administration that does cigarettes right now, or maybe a smaller agency within state government. But you'd still need enforcement. You'd still need the taxing authority to go out and make sure that the taxes were paid on liquor sales.
So some cost.
There would be some cost for sure.
Thank you.
But that's something, again, I think the commission would discuss and determine what kind of costs there will be. This is just, again, opening the door to take a look at what we should be doing going forward.
Representative Herbert.
Thanks for recognizing me. Thanks for coming in.
Sure.
My question is, if we were to privatize, and there are a lot of privatizations of public assets going on right now, not all of them successful, but would the cost of liquor go up?
You would be a great member to be on that commission, because that would be, I think, a question that the commission may be able to address. Because I'm sure you'd hear from people outside, maybe people that are selling already in our neighboring state, to tell us whether costs would go up or down. But that would certainly be a question that the commission should answer.
Yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for taking my call. My question is, we have right now decent jobs through this activity done through the government. Do you think that by doing it, privatizing, are we basically cutting down the good jobs, and we are trying to get into privatization to make profit for very few people and trying to cut the cost and get the profit? That is the objective of privatization, or what is the objective of privatization?
Well, again, I think all these stores would still require employees. They would not be working for the state anymore and be a responsibility of the state. They'd be working for a private entity. But that, again, maybe the commission would come back and say it just doesn't work and it should stay the way it is.
Representative Purcelli.
Thank you for letting me ask the question, and thank you for the interesting bill. So is it, I guess I just want to understand the work product that's coming out of this commission. So is it your intention from this commission to do a detailed cost-benefit analysis and, really do a deep dive into the profit and loss and make that recommendation? And if it is, do you have the right makeup on this commission?
Well, that would be my hope, but certainly this committee could add or subtract. They may feel that Chairman Hunt should chair the commission to look into this, but that would certainly be my hope, that they would do a deep dive. I've served on a number of commissions in the past, and it's been my experience that members of a commission take their jobs very seriously and often do a very deep dive in the subject.
Representative Burrows and Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. And it kind of dovetails with the representative said previously. I'm concerned about the 1,400 people who work for the Liquor Commission, and as you said, some of them may fold into a new private system. And I lost what I was going to say. But would it perhaps be less disruptive to bring in somebody who can put together a new marketing program, a new marketing plan, rather than just closing shop on everything that we have?
Again, this is just a commission to look at all those questions. So if the commission was formed, you could certainly go before the commission and raise those concerns before they issue their final report. Sure.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of a follow-up to Representative Sullivan's question about enforcement. Would it be expected that the report of this commission would include recommendations as to which agency or would there be a separate agency that would handle the enforcement functions if the liquor store function was privatized?
Yes, as you'll see in the bill, it's under Section 1C. It talks about the Department of Safety being involved in this commission. As you know, the Department of Safety takes care of state police and safety matters across the state. And that's why I thought their involvement would be important, because they could certainly speak to the enforcement and cost of enforcing liquor laws. Sure.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you, Mr. Chairman.
Nice to see you, and I'm glad to hear that, your privatization was just more efficient, and I'm sure you could run Amtrak cheaper than the federal government.
Well, our friends, as you know, across the border, we've talked about this. The MBTA is hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, so. Anyway, thank you, John.
Okay, Chair will call on Marjorie Smith, Representative Smith, who's in support of the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It is always a pleasure to appear before Chairman Hunt's Commerce Committee. I'm delighted to be here. And I must begin by saying that I don't agree with the prime sponsor. Excuse me. Although I am a co-sponsor. And that, to me, is exactly why we need a commission. It seems to me that when people say it's not about the money, you know it's about the money. There is no reason otherwise for the state to be in the liquor business. It's just about the money. It's not because we want to make sure that people know that they should drink the right brand of bourbon. That's not why. It's just for the money for the state, and for the jobs that it creates, and anything else. I think that I only see 3 people, and I might be wrong, who were in the legislature when, under Governor Hassan's interest in this issue, we created an enterprise operation. And there was only one reason to create an enterprise operation. It wasn't to make sure that people were drinking safely. It wasn't to make sure that rules were followed. It was to generate money. And the idea was that if the Liquor Commission was free of the normal restrictions that a state agency has to follow, they would be able to rake in enormous amounts of money. I was never particularly comfortable with that approach, but that's the approach that we took. And if you look every year at the reports of what has come in and what has gone out, you will find that that initial assumption has been proven to be incorrect. We are spending more and more money, and we are generating less and less revenue. So if the reason for us to be in the business is in order to get more money for the state, we made a bad choice. The reason I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, excuse me, is not because I think we ought to privatize, although there are people who are knowledgeable and think we will get a one-time only $1 billion revenue. Excuse me, I'm not ready for the legislative session, obviously. And this is a term when we're going to need that $1 billion. But I don't think we should privatize. Seems to me there are 3 choices. We can keep things as they are, we can privatize, or we can return to the days when the liquor operation of the state was part of state government, and we could control it that way. We could see what was being spent and how decisions were being made, and we can't do that now. So with 3 choices, privatize, keep things as they are, or bring 3 obvious choices and bring liquor back under the umbrella of the state, it seems to me that the third choice is the one that I would prefer. But I recognize that there might be a fourth or a fifth choice, and I also recognize that there are a lot of variables. All I can say today is we are not doing what we are supposed to be doing vis-a-vis liquor, because we are not using the state involvement in selling liquor to provide the funds that we need for the rest of government to function. And if we're not doing that, then why are we doing it at all? Because I don't think we really want to be in the liquor business, do we? Well, maybe some of you do, but I think probably
Well, we
not.
like the money, right?
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman, and I know you and I agree on that completely. My point is, we're not getting the money that had been promised. And in that case, I think we need a new contract. Why would we stay in an arrangement that is not generating the revenue that we need in proportion to the money that's coming in to the Liquor Commission? And I think we ought to figure out why. And if we can come up with a better alternative, it seems to me we have an obligation to our constituents and to our responsibility to the state budget to make sure we are getting as much for our buck as we can. And I think we have demonstrated over the years that that is not what's happening. We're getting less and less. And I hope that this committee, recognizing that there's no reason for us to be in the liquor business except for revenue to the state, not to the Liquor Commission, but to the state, that we would then support this bill. So I don't agree with the prime sponsor, but I do agree that a commission fairly drawn with representation from all the interesting parties might come up with a better answer than we have demonstrated up until now. And as always, it's an honor to appear before you, Mr. Chairman.
The honor is all mine to have you here visiting us.
Oh, that's so kind of you to say. I'm not sure I believe that, but it is really kind of you to say.
We've known each other a very long time.
That is true.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Is it fair to say that these concerns are coming from the Finance Committee? It seems over the last few years, the Finance Committee has come here with different bills concerning the Liquor Commission. Is this bill sort of like, does it represent a contingency in the Finance Committee, in your opinion?
Well, I'm not sure that you know that I am not on the Finance Committee. I was on the Finance Committee for many years, that is true. But I am not on the Finance Committee now, I'm on the Judiciary Committee. However, like you, I am interested not only in the matters that come before the committee I serve on, but I'm interested in how the state is governed. And you can take the girl off the Finance Committee, but you can't take finance concerns out of the girl. And I look at the Liquor Commission and rue the day that the state chose to give up ordinary control of how liquor is governed in this state on a false premise that we would be rolling in money as a result, and or at least earning more money. And that's why an enterprise operation was created, and I think we've proven that it has been proven that that's not quite working out the way we had hoped.
Representative Spear.
No, seeing in the news that the sale of liquor is down all over the country, really, and it was mentioned worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
The question of getting blood from a stone comes out, but what I'm really concerned about is one of the things I've seen in some of the results of the commissions, and I read everything, is that a premise that starts out is how the commission ends up. That is a preconceived notion of how they want it to go. So commissions don't always come out with valid results, just as the idea of making it an enterprise did not work out. I'm wondering if, and I guess the commission could decide if it was being totally open-minded, that maybe what we have to do is just improving whatever the liquor commission is doing. I don't know how that would work out. But I am not clear, the idea that a private business runs better than a government business, that doesn't always wash. So I'm not clear on where a private business, and maybe you already agree that this may not be, that a private business would ever do anything other than make the private company make a lot of money, and the state may not make a thing on it, which is what we more often see.
Well, I quite agree with you. What I said early on is that I do not agree with the prime sponsor that the answer is to privatize. I think if we're going to be in the liquor business, we ought to bring it back under the umbrella of state government. That's what I think is but I also will say that you're absolutely right. I mean, I think of the Articles of Confederation. You know, they were just going to make a few changes, and they did make a few changes, and now we have the Constitution of the United States. So we have no idea what the commission is going to do, and I hope the commission might be better than the rest of us who have been involved in trying to solve this problem and come up with a new idea, a better way of doing it. I think that would be great. I don't know if that will happen or not. I see 3 obvious choices. There might be more, and I think a good commission under good leadership, perhaps, Chairman Hun will be very open-minded about this, might come up with a really great idea of how we can, in fact, use our limited resources to benefit the state, not to benefit the Liquor Commission, but to benefit the state. And I don't know what the answer is. If I knew what the answer is, I would file a bill and say this is the answer. I don't know that. I do know I don't agree that privatization is the best way to go. I don't know. I'm not looking behind me to see what the prime sponsor's face looks like, but that's okay. We'll still be friends.
It's always red. Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for taking my question. I haven't been around all that long to understand what you were just saying, you know, bring it back to the state. Are you talking about the fact that once you had to buy all your wine and liquor at a state store, and now we have retail stores that are private businesses? Is that what you mean by bringing it back?
That's a good question, Representative McAleer. What I mean is not the decisions that would be made, but the governance of those people who are making the decisions. It might be that we've now seen that being able to buy wine and beer, you can tell what I buy and don't buy, wine and beer in grocery stores, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Excuse me. It might be that with a new management approach, that part of delivery of the product might stay the same. What I mean is that before we took the Liquor Commission outside of state agencies, which happened when we created an enterprise operation, there was some degree of control within state government of how the Liquor Commission functioned and how the money was spent and how the money was accounted for and how decisions were being made. So that's just one alternative. I'm not advocating for that. I'm not advocating certainly for the privatization. I'm not opposing keeping things as they are. What I'm saying is we have evidence that is incontrovertible that liquor sales, as we have known them in the state of New Hampshire, are not doing what we had expected they would do, and it's time to look at them and see if we can do it better. There are a lot of ways of generating money for state government. Some ways I wouldn't be foolish enough to mention, to let the words fall from my lips, but there are other alternatives. Let's say there are no other alternatives, and in that case, we've got to look at what's available to us. under the social construct that we have in the state and try to get as much money out of the stone as we can.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for taking my question. So you said basically this is all about money and getting more money for the state. I'm curious if, obviously you believe that, but is that really what all we're looking at? Because you could certainly make an argument that there are other things that matter, like the service to communities that maybe are underserved. You know, I'm thinking up where I live in the northern part of the state. I had some friends visiting, and we were in a town, and they wanted to go get a bottle of vodka for that night, and we had to drive over a half hour to go do that from where we were at that time. And so I wonder if judging things simply on revenue for the state is the most appropriate, when maybe in a larger city it's not a big deal, but in a more rural area, if you have to drive through several towns to just get a bottle of vodka, there's another metric by which maybe we should be judging things on.
Well, that might very well be, but I'm not sure that, and I'm quite sympathetic, not only just truthfully in terms of vodka, I'm also sympathetic in terms of grocery stores and other retail outlets that aren't as available in rural areas as they should be. And there are economic discrimination factors that come into play here, and geographic discrimination factors. There's nothing that says that any alternative would or wouldn't address your concern. The reason the state is involved is to generate revenue. And it is that concern that I face. It's not as if we govern in any way, who drinks and who doesn't. In states where the state isn't involved in this way, people are carded. Actually, I was carded the other day in a drugstore, and I thought that was really pretty funny. I mean, really, I was buying something for this cough, and I was carded. I thought that was interesting. And I was told if they got caught not carding me, they'd be in trouble. I said, at any age? They said, well, 65. And I said, yeah, but I'm 83. Anyway, my point is there'll be certain checks that take place, whoever owns and operates the liquor stores. The purpose is to generate revenue, and we ought to make sure we're getting the most that we can get, as long as we're not willing to open up ourselves to other opportunities for how we're going to generate. I don't know how many of you watched what happened yesterday in Ways and Means when the wonderful Michael Kane, who's our legislative budget assistant, talked about the shortage of available funds in the current fiscal year. Forget about what's going to happen in the next 2 fiscal years. We have a problem, and I think we ought to figure out how we can get as much as we can to make the state able to meet the needs of all the citizens in the state, whether they're in big cities or towns or all the way up on the northern border. It's up to you,
We always enjoy your thoughts.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, that is lovely of you. I was interested that one of your members referred to you as commissioner, and I wondered if he got confused in your title.
I am a chairman, and fortunately, they don't have a commissioner. They also have a chairman. So we do say hello to each other as Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Representative Chorisa. I did it again, didn't I? Sorry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking a question. Well, I guess based on what you spoke so far, looks like from a business perspective, yeah, I mean, the only objective is to get as much sales as possible, as much money revenue as possible. But have you thought about the social implications of liquor sales? Do you give any importance to that at all in your decisions?
Representative, that is a very sensitive question that you've asked, and I'm glad that you asked it. I think all of us are concerned about appropriate use of alcohol, of cigarettes, of drugs, of, I don't want to mention it, but do I say cannabis or marijuana? Which is the more appropriate term, Mr. Chairman?
We do refer to it as cannabis here.
Okay, then I want to refer to it the way you do. All of that is absolutely important, and there's no question about it. But I'm here before the Commerce Committee. I'm not here before the Health Committee. And we're here because selling liquor is a business that is important to the state. And nothing that we're talking about here has to do with our own social responsibility, which is a very real responsibility. But the other thing I do want to mention is when I first joined the legislature, before most of you were born, not all, but most, I'm looking around, maybe that's not true actually in this committee, but pretty close. We were a libertarian state. And in the classic use of the word libertarian, which meant we wanted people to be able to live their own lives without interference of the state. And I was very comfortable with that. I had no problem, even though at that point, basically since Adam and Eve, there had never been a Democratic majority in the House. And it was a number of years before finally there was. But the social responsibility hasn't changed. I think we do have responsibility to ourselves and our community. That's how I've governed my life. That's not what this is about. This is about why do we have the current structure of the Liquor Commission, and if we have it in order to generate as much money as possible, I think the time has come to get some people together who will seriously say, is there a better way to do it? And maybe there isn't. Let's have that conversation.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much for asking the question.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure seeing you.
Am I finished?
We are.
Thank you very much. I hope you find another opportunity to invite me.
I think you made this opportunity available to you. Okay. The chair will call on the other chairman, Joe Malika, of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Joe Malika, Chairman of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, and with me is our CFO, Tina Demers. We briefly will go through the packet, but just quickly, because there has been some questions on the sales of liquor and the sales of cannabis, I just want to briefly give a few little historical data on it. So as I had spoken in front of the committee the other day, for the first time in 30 years in the United States, we're seeing a drop in alcohol. So that's a 30-year run of increase, and since 2023, we're seeing a drop. A 2.9% drop in 2023, an additional drop in 2024 of about 2.5%, and closing out in 2025, nationally, the figure from SIPSource is about 5.6%, alcohol decline in the United States over those 3 years after a 30-year increase. And as far as cannabis is concerned, and again, I'll premise this by the Liquor Commission is not pro or against cannabis, but 44% of the people over 21 in the United States today are using cannabis on a daily basis instead of alcohol. So, on page 2, I'll show you the 17 control states. And as the chairman had brought up the last time, we have a note on the bottom that we have some local jurisdictions that are there with the dots in the states that are in Alaska, Maryland, Minnesota, and South Dakota. So 17 control states in the United States, and here in New England, we have Maine and Vermont. We are the only control state that controls the sale of alcohol exclusively. Pennsylvania is our closest counterpart, and they have some state stores and some private stores as well. So I'll move on to page 3. Some NABCA, which is the National Alcohol Beverage Control Association, which all control states are a member of. Just quickly, we see that on the first bullet, revenue from the sale of alcohol in control states. The revenue is given to local governments and municipalities and other important endeavors. Here in the Liquor Commission, we not only supply the general fund with revenue, but we also supply HHS and with revenue in 2 additional sources, which we'll get into in a few seconds. So bullets 2, 3, and 4 are related to public safety. Control systems that oversee retail sale generally see a lower results in alcohol density, which means stores in the state that serve alcohol. The next bullet, one of the advantages of control states is not selling to underage people. Our participation with the licensees is done hand in hand and with our stores as well. Then you'll see a level playing field for competitive beverage alcohol. We're here to protect our communities from oversaturation of alcohol and selling locations. The next bullet, it benefits producers, which is in-state producers of alcohol, spirits, wine. Then those producers, we approve the sales. A lot of companies will start in control states. And one of the success stories in this state is Fabrizia Limoncello in Salem, Phil Mastriani. He was unable to get his product into an open state. They're not going to take it. They won't take the chance on an unknown product. In the control states, we do that every day of the week. Brian from Flag Hill is a prime person and could speak to it. But Phil from Fabrizia has built his business here starting in New Hampshire because we gave the small guy a chance. An open state, I owned licenses in 2 other open states, New Jersey and Massachusetts. They're not going to allow a small unknown person to come into the business the way it would happen in a control state. And the last piece is that we control the transportation of alcohol. So the alcohol is held in one warehouse. In New Hampshire, we have our old warehouse down on Store Street where we hold some of the non-alcoholic products and some of our one-time power buys, but 94%, 95% of our product is held under one roof and is done by one transporter to our locations. And those 62 or 3 locations are all state-controlled and state-run. There's a reason why those are set up the way that they are, because it's a control center for alcohol. It's a destination that people have to go to, and the criteria of buying alcohol is governed more strictly. On page 3, you'll see the 3-tier system. On page 4, I'm sorry, on page 4, and then on page 5, you'll see the value of the 3-tier system. Financial independence, functional independence, revenue collection, and here's the key. Product tracking. We don't hear about counterfeit or tainted alcohol in the United States, very rarely, but in other countries it happens all the time. People are killed on vacations. People die while they're traveling. Why is that? Because a controlled jurisdiction takes control of the product from the minute it enters the state to the minute it's sold to consumers. Everything that goes through those warehouses and through those stores are products that we've evaluated and our suppliers and our brokers have evaluated. So in 2024, just for some quick statistics, 1,200 people were affected by tainted alcohol, methanol-contained alcohol, 400 are dead. In the last 5 years, 11,800 people have been affected by tainted alcohol, 4,500 are dead. The control system clearly has its advantages. On page 7, you'll see that we now have 1,010 employees. 237 are full-time, 640 are part-time. One of the questions I've heard, what happens to those employees when a private person takes over the Liquor Commission? I can tell you what happens. I was a business person in private industry for 30 years. Those employees are let go. That's the bottom line. And those people that take over those licenses, whether it's one person or whether it's 10, and I can seriously tell you it's not going to be one, because no one person is going to come in and pay you $1 billion or whatever number it might be for your business, and then you're going to allow them to have an open market. So where's the value in what they're buying if they don't have exclusivity? There is no value in what they're buying because they don't have exclusivity. You're opening it up to stores on every corner, you'll be opening it up to a plethora of alcohol being available to consumers around the state. Take a look at Massachusetts, our friendly open state to the south, and you can see what's going to happen in New Hampshire. You won't have 62 or 65 locations. You'll have hundreds of locations where alcohol is available. Now, we have beer and wine that's available in stores in the States, and we recognize that, and the grocery stores happy to do a partnership with them. But as Commissioner Earl Sweeney used to say, it's the difference between firecrackers and dynamite. That's the difference. You can see the breakdown of the commission below: the Office of the Commission, the Division of Enforcement, the Division of Administration, and the Division of Marketing and Merchandising, and the corresponding employees that go along with each. This commission is run very efficiently with 237 full-time employees.
That's in the stores.
I'm sorry, in the outlets. Thank you, Tina. 371 employees with enforcement, all of HQ, and in the stores. We have augmented with part-time for many, many years, as was the request of the legislature. And on page 9, Tina can go through where the money goes.
On page 8, though, you'll see that it's just a breakdown of each of the division's responsibilities, so you know what each division does. So on page 9 is just a 5-year net profit transfer history. In the 5 years, we've transferred $779.2 million, $694.9 million to the general fund. There was $629.6 that came from liquor operations, $65.3 million came from beer operations, and we've transferred $52.7 million to the Alcohol Abuse Prevention and Treatment Fund and $31.6 million to the Granite Advantage Healthcare Trust Fund. And since the Liquor Commission has been in operation, we've produced $4.67 billion in revenue, and since 2016, we've transferred $106 million to Health and Human Services for those two other funds.
Just quickly, our charitable contributions, and that's through our brokers and suppliers. That's not funds that comes out of the liquor fund to do that. Our brokers and suppliers sponsor our wine events, our spirits event, our tasting events, all our learning seminars, and these are the state nonprofits that have benefited from all those events. $4.3 million to nonprofits since 2015. And then some of the awards that the Liquor Commission has won, some accolades that we've been given over the years, the past years. None more important than being, by Stateways magazine, being the top control state or the only control state in the top 10 5 years in a row. This business is run properly, with all due respect to disagreeing testimony. So, and the only other piece I would add is quickly, if this is something that we're going to look at, it was interesting to me in establishing a study commission of privatizing the Liquor Commission that we didn't have anybody on the committee that was in the business. There's no one here from the New Hampshire Brokers Association, which are private brokers in the state that employ people here in the state, hundreds of people, I might add. There's no one here from the New Hampshire Wine and Spirits Association, all of your private wineries and distilleries here in the state. They're not on the list. And the New Hampshire Beer Wholesalers Association, again, four of the biggest wholesalers in the state, again, employing hundreds of people. And obviously, there's no one here from the Liquor Commission. So with that said, I'd be happy to take any questions anyone would have, and thank you for listening to my testimony.
Well, thank you. Representative Herbert has a question. Your mic.
And thanks for that. Hello. Thanks for that information. It was very good. I actually did the advertising for the Liquor Commission for 4 years, years ago, and we rolled out the wine effort, which was, I hope, profitable.
It's done. It's done very well. Thank
But
you.
the thing, my question to you is, does anything come to mind right now while you're sitting that you would like to take a look at on your own and make some recommendations to where you think we might be able to, have a higher profit margin or have more sales or that sort of thing? I have a question. What was the advertising agency portion? How much in advertising did you make in the last couple of years?
How much did we spend in
Yes, sir.
advertising? The contract has been held by WeDo, a company out of Manchester, for several years. And I believe the contract is for a 5-year contract for a total of $2.86 million.
2.86.
Yeah, I can find out the exact.
It's 2.5 annually.
I'm sorry, 2.5 annually.
Okay,
So-
that's good information.
Yep.
And I know there are things you can do in terms of displays, in terms of advertising, in terms of costs, prices. You could literally raise the prices on alcohol
We
if
could.
you wanted to, or if you needed to. But I go back to my original question, and that is, what would be number one for you in this particular at this particular time?
Well, when we met with Governor Ayotte the other day, one of the things that I was asked was to look through where she thinks we could find some efficiencies and find some additional profits. And that's an exercise that we're going through right now. It's something that we started about 1.5 years ago, and I'd be happy to share that information with the committee as we take it forward. But one of the biggest things that we have to realize is this isn't a New Hampshire thing. This is a nationwide and really a worldwide dynamic that's causing alcohol and wine as well as alcohol to sell less across the world. There's been thousands of hectares of vineyards torn up in France. There's been thousands of hectares of vineyards in South America, Australia, New Zealand that are being torn up because the cash crop of grapes isn't what it used to be. and we have a glut of wine in tanks in California. So the industry in general is seeing a downturn. That's due to a number of reasons, one of which is cannabis, one is of which is the health benefits of wine or the not health benefits of wine and spirits that we're seeing. The Surgeon General came out the other day and said, any amount of alcohol causes cancer. Well, that puts a little bit of scare in the business, and you'll see that suppliers are concerned about it as well as retailers. And the other piece is the baby boomers aging out of the market. That is a big segment of the alcohol market. They grew up with alcohol in their lives with their grandparents and parents. Those are the people that cupboarded, they bought for tomorrow. The Gen Z, the Gen X, they don't buy for tomorrow. They're different. Their buying patterns are different. They don't stock in. They don't cupboard. They buy better, but they don't buy as often. So the differentiation is huge.
Thank you for that information. Are you, didn't the state at one time do all the distribution of product? And are you still doing that? Are all the cars and trucks and those kinds of things, the warehouse, are they state-owned and operated, or are they private vendors?
All of our product is transferred from our warehouse in Bow, and we have a 20-year contract with DHL to do all of the transportation of alcohol to all of our stores and to the licensees. The only piece of it that DHL does not control is there's some private vendors, such as Law Logistics and others, that distribute that product to the licensees, the Market Baskets, Hannafords, and Shaws of the world. But all our product is brought into that warehouse from wherever it comes from in the world, from our suppliers and brokers, is distributed by one company, DHL, to our stores.
Thanks for your information.
Thank you.
Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I first would like to commend you on the safety implementations with the product tracking. That's very significant, and we appreciate that for the safety of New Hampshire residents. I'd also like to thank you for the extensive charitable donations that you provide. My one question is, if the Liquor Commission was to be privatized, we would clearly lose a minimum of 371 full-time jobs, most likely. Wouldn't that also mean that we would also lose, all of those people would lose their health insurance benefits, which are so valuable to our New Hampshire residents?
They would certainly lose their state health insurance benefits.
Thank you.
Which are immensely valuable. In fact, as costly sometimes, or more than costly, than the salaries of those employees, especially the employees with families.
Representative Sullivan.
Thanks for taking my question, and don't view this as me having an opinion on this. I'm actually just kind of curious. If what you're saying is true, which I have no reason to believe it's not, with respect to the falling number of alcohol sales that we're doing nationwide, worldwide, it sounds like, I wonder if you guys or this commission or somebody in the state needs to think about what the future looks like, because it seems to me that you generally want to sell a business, potentially that's what is on the table here, sort of when it's at its top, highest price, if you're selling stock, you sell it when you think it's at its peak, right? So if that were something that were to be seriously considered, and right now, what you laid out sounded a bit dire with respect to falling revenues and patterns among Gen Z, millennials, all that. And, cannabis taking away sales, the health concerns. It seems like, I'd be curious if you guys have a plan, what you view the future to look like, and if it really does look like the future is grim for this, is it appropriate to consider cashing out for the state now while the value of this business is as high as it perhaps will ever be? And that, again, I don't actually have an opinion on what we should do. I'm just actually kind of curious about if anybody's even thought about it in that lens, just based on statistics you laid out here, which sound concerning to me.
Well, I think like any industry, business goes through trends. You see trends in business. It's a natural evolution of any business. The trend now, given that you've had a business come into the United States that is a brand new business, unidentified as far as how big it can be or how far it can go in the cannabis business. So that's certainly of concern, not only to New Hampshire, but to anyone in the alcohol business right now. There's been a plan, and there has been a plan, and one of the reasons that we reacted to this is first and foremost in 2014-15, when Governor Patrick changed the license structure in Massachusetts to allow for years and years and years. You could only hold 3 licenses in Massachusetts. When he changed the license structure, he went from 3 to 6 to 9, and now it's up to 12. So one individual and or one corporation can hold more than one license, thus bringing Total Wine, the largest beverage retailer. They do tobacco, they do beer, they do wine, they do spirits. 267 stores in 23 states, and they do around $6 billion. Very disruptive to the market. They've been disruptive to our market, but we've countered that by discounting deeper. And the biggest piece about it is we never wanted to disappoint any of our consumers. So in order to keep our prices low and to compete with Total Wine, we've discounted heavier. We're now coming out of that phase where we've kept our consumers in place. We're continuing to discount, and you can see our ads in the Boston Globe or on our website or any of the social media posts we do. We have thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers in the social media platforms. So we continue to discount. If we don't recognize the competition, then we're going to be at a disadvantage every time. As far as selling the business, I suppose at any point you can sell a business if you want to. If you're, to your point, selling at your peak, I still think we're at a peak. We're not at the peak of COVID, but we've dropped off some. But if we had dropped off some and it was exclusive to us, or even exclusive to New England, I would be more concerned. But it's not. It's a nationwide phenomenon, and it's a worldwide phenomenon. So I think that you have to ride this wave out of maybe not being as profitable, but keeping your consumers in place. We've clearly upgraded our locations, 45 or so of our locations. Had we not done that prior to Total Wine coming to the market, we would have been devastated, because Total Wine stores are 20,000 square feet plus. They have the shopping experience that we have. They have everything that we have. We have been blessed with the press worldwide and nationwide that say the New Hampshire Liquor Commission stores are the best, are either the best or some of the best in the world. And we're very proud of that. We've created a brand that people know and respect. And when your brand is known and respected, your suppliers and your brokers take notice, and they want to do business with you. That is the goal. They want to supply you with product at the best prices. There's very few things that I can guarantee you, but if you privatize the Liquor Commission and you put stores in place, prices in the state of New Hampshire are going to go up exponentially. And the 50% of the business that comes from cross-border will disappear overnight. I can guarantee you that.
Representative Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I agree with you on that because lots of my friends are coming across the border every weekend to buy the liquor for the discount. My question is, everybody is basically talking about the efficiency, the productivity, and the profit margins are less. So as compared to other states who are selling the liquor, where New Hampshire stands, and what's the ranking in terms of revenue as well as the profit margin? We have done any kind of studies or?
Well, we would. Sorry, Representative, thank you for the question. It's one of those things where a control state margins are different than an open state, and our margins are tighter because of the states around us. Pennsylvania has 900 plus stores. Some are control, some are open. Their margins, in some respects, when I look at their margins nationwide, we're higher in margins than most of the states on the eastern seaboard.
It's hard to compare, given that we are also the distributor. You know, we're the three-tier. We're multi-tiers, where if other states, if you're privatized, you're only buying it from a distributor. You're buying from a distributor, and so your wholesale price is going to be higher than our wholesale price.
And so just quickly for the record, our GP runs around 29%, and our net profit runs around 20%, historically. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for your time.
Is Dean the person you want me to call? Joe, is Dean? Yeah, Dean Williams, who will give us a very interesting perspective on this issue. Yeah.
There we go. Thank you very much. My name is Dean Williams. For the record, I live in Bedford, New Hampshire. I retired from this business on May 31st of this year after 40 years in the business. It's a great business. I've enjoyed it. I've watched.
What exactly was your business?
Beverage alcohol. So Martinetti Companies is how it ended up.
Martinetti's, okay.
And Martinetti's still in business. It's just that I retired at the top of the company. And you know, when you look around and go back through history and see what this liquor commission was 40, 35, 30 years ago, it is incredible that it has come as far as it has come, and to be as businesslike as it can be, because it wasn't in the beginning. It was whoever wanted to fork out something to somebody got something. I hate to say it, but that's the way it was a long time ago. It has changed. And I only wanted to come up here today to offer myself, if you have any questions about privatization. I also engineered and ran Maine Beverage Company for 10 years from 2004 to 2014. One thing you have to understand about selling this business, it is a legal monopoly. You can't sell it. Not as one piece. You cannot sell it. When Maine was looking for money back in 2003 and 2004, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to sell the liquor business. I had a friend who happened to know the lawyer in the state of Maine, and those two people got together and they realized that they were going down a path that wasn't going to work. In their instance, they needed money. They weren't looking to why the liquor business was up or down. They just wanted money. They just had the handout. They wanted money. They were in a desperate position. And we facilitated some information that got them to look at leasing the business. So that's pretty much what happened. There were 4 bidders. One of them couldn't put up the money, so there were 3 bidders in the end. And we won that contract, and we ran that business from 2004 to 2014. What we injected into that business is what New Hampshire has had for a long time now, and that's a very high-end professional business. We were able to bring that to the state of Maine. We took that business over the 10 years from about 87 million to just a little bit shy of 150 million. The state realized that, let me back up a little bit, they were the ones that decided what the price would be. So it wasn't the fact of you bidding high or low, here's the price. It was $125 million back then. And what they said was, give us a revenue share. What do you want? What do you want to propose as a revenue share? We came in as the highest. We won the bid. It was challenged. We won the challenge. We started the business on the weekend of July 4th holiday, cleaning out a warehouse in Portland, moving up to Augusta. That was the perfect opportunity for a form of privatization. It needed help. Maine wasn't many years past where you walked into a front room and gave somebody a number and they walked out back and got your bottle of Jack Daniels and brought it out to you and you paid. That was the way the business was done up there. Clearly, that is not the way New Hampshire is. And I was going to call him Joe. I'm supposed to call him Mr. Mollica, I guess. To Mr. Mollica's point, it doesn't make sense. You look at the accolades, you look at the money, you look at the growth over the years. You think of any business that you know, and if it has a couple of years that are challenging, do you just fold up the tent and go home? No, you all get to work, you all try to figure it out. I want to touch on the enterprise as well. The enterprise was a situation that, in simple terms, allowed them to run a business. I used to go around and promote the Liquor Commission here in New Hampshire just because I wanted to, and they asked me at a couple of store openings, and I would always say, you know, imagine running a business with a board of directors of 424 people on that board. Because that's what this represents here, is a board of directors with 424 directors. So the enterprise fund allowed them to get to the point where they could make those decisions. You entrust them with a $850 million business, you should entrust them with the decisions to run that. So that's why the enterprise, I believe, is the perfect way and should continue to run that way. As a person who has run a privatized control state, I can tell you right now, and we've had conversations in the past with some of the legislators going back 8 or 9 years, and every time anything was ever discussed or looked at, it was New Hampshire does not need to be privatized. You have one of the most professionally run organizations in the country out of the 17 states. We were flying back and forth to Washington because Washington wanted to privatize. It was going to be a little bit different. There were only 2 companies that were vying for it. We were clearly going to be the winner. Costco got involved and forced a public referendum in that state. And the referendum was the week before the announcements of who won the ability to privatize and run that state. And what happened over those ensuing 18 to 24 months after that, prices tripled. Crime doubled. Alcohol became people just wanted it no matter what. You can't replace the income and figure out, where it's going to come from if you privatize. We're talking about $146, $150 million right now annually going into that general fund. If you just wrapped it all up in a ball and gave it to the highest bidder tomorrow and you got your $1 billion or whatever somebody has analyzed it to be worth, you still have to come up with $150 million a year. Add to the $150 a year all of the employees that you've now put out on the street. Where is that money going to come from? It's not going to come out of the air. Somebody said taxes. Can you imagine taxing somebody? Do you realize the beer tax has been steady for 40 years or 50 years? I mean, it hasn't moved.
Thanks to this committee. Thank you. I'm sorry, I get up on a soapbox and I can rant and rave. I love this business. I love the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. As I said, I've been through it from the beginning.
I've helped generate charitable opportunities for the Liquor Commission for our broker organization. I've been on the board of a small group of brokers, the larger ones in the state. So we're all kind of in the same tempo and the same step all the time. That's a benefit to the state. Everywhere you look, this operation is a great operation. And I'll end it there.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair will call on Joe Ricky, Pine State. I know that's a distributor. What's Gull? Also in opposition to the bill.
How are you? Joe Ritchie, Pine State Beverage, New Hampshire. I just felt compelled to be here. I live in New Boston, been in the state for over 35 years, and saw this come up on my email and my weekly updates, and felt compelled to show up and be opposed to this conversation in general. I'm very proud of everything the state has done and what my company does with the state. They're a world-class organization. All my years prior to the liquor business, I was with Hannaford Supermarket, so I came from the retail world, so I understand what they do day to day. As a broker in the state, they're just top-notch. I've worked in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. They can't even compete with what we do here. So anyhow, just wanted to be heard.
Well, thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you.
Bob Blaisdell, representing the New Hampshire State Employees Association, in opposition to the bill.
Love this extra wide seat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Bob Blaisdell. I'm senior lobbyist for the State Employees Association. First off, I want to state to the sponsors of the bill, Representative Leishman, I'm certainly grateful for his work ethic and thoroughness to try and find new ways to fund our budget. Certainly, it's challenging times, and certainly appreciate his interest in that. However, the state employees, this is my 28th session. I've seen this movie before, certainly have. And I can tell you that privatization just doesn't work. And I think it's important to take a look at, from our perspective, selfishly, State Employees Association, we want the state to be as successful as possible when it comes to revenues, because that gives us and the state the ability to negotiate really good contracts for our employees, those who work for the state of New Hampshire. Obviously, the less revenue makes bargaining a little bit tougher. So that's our main interest. And so, one state to take a look at is, it's been referenced before, is the state of Washington. So that was privatized back in 2011. And I just this afternoon pulled this up. This is directly from the Washington State Liquor Control Board annual report from 2011. And it states in 2011, their total income for gross liquor sales, beer taxes, wine taxes, liquor fees was $1,006,370,000, with an operating expenses of $127 million. Net roughly about $878,650,000. Fast forward to obviously after this state has been privatized for the last 12 years. Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Board. Now, you notice they threw in the Cannabis Board because now they do cannabis. Their 2024 annual report for spirit fees, beer tax, wine tax, liquor license fees comes to $265 million. Tremendous, tremendous difference. So selfishly, as representing all of our wonderful state employees, what I see is we get the one-time shot of that, whatever the billion or whatever it may be, but long-term, which is what we're all interested in, it just does not make sense from a revenue perspective. In Washington State, if you really drill down, you'll see 3 years after they privatized, 93% of the business was owned by two national companies. Okay? in the first 3 years, you had prices increase on a 750 ml, 15.5%. They have the highest liquor tax in the entire country at $35.31 per gallon for spirits. So all signs pointing to privatization do not look good from a revenue perspective. So costs do go up. After Washington State privatized, they went from 332 locations to purchase alcohol, skyrocketed to 1,600. That's a lot of locations, which I don't have to tell you the extra additional costs that the state and the local municipalities would have to incur after that. I would encourage you to vote this bill down for all the reasons that I've seen for many, many years. And just look at Washington State. It's a great model to take a look at and get educated in privatization. Happy to take on any questions.
Representative Spear.
This is not really a question, but you had a lot of good information there. Is there any chance you can email that to us?
It's all up here.
Yeah, right.
Well, that won't help.
No, I jotted down some notes. I'll do the best I can.
That
of
would
course.
be great.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
All right, thank you.
Good seeing you. Chair calling Kate Fry from New Futures in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I know it's been a long day, so I'll be as brief as possible. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy for New Futures. We work on improving the health and wellness of New Hampshire residents through policy change. In particular, my focus is on substance misuse and preventing strategies on preventing substance misuse and the unintended harms. So I have some resources that I'll leave for you today. And then I'll just say a few words. One of the things, it was supposed to print out in nice colors, but it didn't. I'm leaving with you today CDC's chart on proven strategies to prevent excess alcohol use and lower alcohol-related harms. We talked about two of them today, enforcement of laws that prohibit selling alcohol to youth, and also avoid further privatization of retail alcohol sales. So these having a privatized or control state model is really the best public health model as opposed to a privatized model. So I have this to leave you. One other strategy is increasing taxes, but I guess we're not doing that according to that last little bit. I also want to talk a little bit about, I do have some information that'll be helpful from the National Alcohol Beverage Control Association to really talk much more in depth about what control state models do. For me, it really isn't about the money. I'm not lying when I say that. It really is about public health. It's really about protection. It's really about responsible use of alcohol. And we really see, as Bob touched based on that, public health or control state models really emulate that. And so where we see, well, it's great, we do see an increase in revenue in control models. What I'm happier about is the fact that we see less consumption and less premises, on-site premises. So when we talk about this commission, I hope that if it does go forward, and I'm not sure if it should, but if it does, there's a lot of other aspects to whether a state should be having a control or private model, and those are also having a lot to do with public health. And being kind of an expert on alcohol policy in the state, I would like New Futures to be on that commission as well as the industry, because I think you need a balance. But at the same time, I think we've also kind of talked out reasons why I don't know if a commission is the best use of time. So I will leave these resources for you, and I'm happy to address. Oh, and I had one more. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. The other thing that New Hampshire Commission, the Division of Enforcement, is responsible for tobacco sales compliance. I talked about this morning if the Division of Enforcement goes away and we don't do that anymore, we will lose some federal funding for substance misuse prevention from the Sinar Amendment. So I just want to make sure that's on the radar as well. And now I'm done.
Thank you very much. I guess they're all questioned out. All right, last card. Joe Rucata? Luraca. Representing the Wine and Spirits Broker Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In opposition.
Good morning and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing me. My name is Joe LaRocca. I am here representing the New Hampshire Wine and Spirits Brokers Association. That is an association of a handful of brokers here that represents my company that I work for called Republic National Distributing Company, Southern Wines and Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, M.S. Walker, Martignetti Companies, and Ruby Wines and Spirits. Our companies combined, not I represent RNDC in just Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. Company that I work for operates in 38 states, 17 controlled jurisdictions, 21 open states. Southern Glazers is bigger, and so on and so forth. They represent about $40 billion across the country in wholesale operation. What I'm here to testify that we all support the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. We have a wonderful partnership with them. And in the word of privatization, and I know the bill isn't just about privatization, but why would you want to take money from the state of New Hampshire and give it to a private company? Private companies would be happy to take the money, but the New Hampshire Liquor Commission operates in a wonderful fashion, best in class in all the control states, runs much better than probably every private, no disrespect to private retailers, but they run a wonderful operation that's world-class. It's recognized by national outfits. So we are proud to be a partner with the state of New Hampshire, with the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, as an association, as businesses. For the record, I'm a lifer in New Hampshire, 64 years. I'm second generation in this business. I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, taxpayer all my life. I've enjoyed the revenue that Liquor Commission passes on to the state of New Hampshire for all these years as a taxpayer and as a voter. I appreciate it very much. And I am here to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll try to be short and brief and get out of your hair today.
So I do have a question. You guys operate in Massachusetts also, right?
RNDC does not. I have
Martinetti's is out of Massachusetts.
Martignetti does, Ruby does, Walker does, and Southern Glazer just bought Horizon, my former employer in Massachusetts, a few weeks ago.
So does Total Wine get its product through the in-state Massachusetts distributors, or is it getting it from a national
Correct.
contract?
They have to go through a wholesaler.
They have to go through an in-state wholesaler.
Everything has to be cleared through an in-state wholesaler or distributor, one way or another, yes.
Interesting. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I have no more cards, so I'm going to close the hearing on this bill and take a momentary breath until we'll start the next one, which hopefully will not have as many proponents. No, I'm just saying, as many proponents. I was looking at you, yes. But then I looked down and realized you're not on the bill. I would have just assumed this would have been your bill. I would just assume that Keith would be on it, and you would be on it. And that's right. Yeah, right. The removing the requirement for on-premise beverage licenses serve food. Right. Right now, I'm looking for a sponsor. Is there any sponsor out in the hall? Does anybody know this Representative Hemingway? From Claremont, is all I can tell.
This is the Hemingway, this is the on-premise, removing food, We can save ourselves a lot of work, because we're not gonna do this.
Over the years, what we usually would do is that we would just say, tag, you're it, you get up and introduce the bill. And I always thought that was stupid and a waste of time. I normally would say is, okay, well, somebody who is in support of the bill would like to testify. At this point, I only got one negative card from the usual suspects. And so in terms of introducing the bill, I guess Representative Sullivan, I just ask you just to officially introduce it. You don't have to say you're for it. You could say something about how you've been down this path before. And that's all you have to say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that honor of presenting this bill. That's not mine. But as many in this room know, I would probably support, because I am of the mindset that we should be able to have a little bit more freedom for our businesses. I did try to do a similar version of this. This goes further than what I presented last year. Although last year, because you were so kind to me, on a different bill, I made a motion to interim study my bill, which effectively killed it. But this bill looks like it would remove all food requirements for selling alcohol. So for those of you who don't know on the committee, there's a few new people here.
Yes, good.
In order to have alcohol sales or a license to sell alcohol at a restaurant or a bar, actually no bars because those are illegal in New Hampshire. So any restaurant in New Hampshire that wants to sell alcohol has to sell food. If you don't sell at least $75,000 in food, you have to get at least 50% of your revenue has to come from food. Once you go over $50,000 or $75,000, then the percentages go away. So this is stripping that requirement for any restaurant that sells alcohol in the state of New Hampshire. My guess is there's only one person on here. I'm guessing perhaps it's a new state rep, and maybe that's why he's not here.
He is a first timer.
Yeah, so this is probably like a new experience as it was for me last term. But yeah, so that's what this bill does. I like the idea in principle, and I will take questions since I'm the unofficial expert.
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
I would.
When I lived in New York, I lived for the first 25 years of my life between two bars, because New York has bars. And every weekend, because there was no food served in those bars, every weekend, windows were smashed all along the block. My little apartment, the building that I was in, was just, they peed in the foyer, for God's sakes. There's no way we should do anything like this. Would you believe?
Well, I would believe. Would you believe that when I lived in Chicago, I lived next to a bar that did not sell food, and I saw no broken windows the entire time I lived there? Would you believe? Two anecdotes that contradict each other.
2 bars.
Representative Walsh, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question on something that isn't your bill.
Okay.
But just pondering the possibilities of this bill, could it be possible to allow this at bars, but allow people to perhaps bring their own food, to alleviate that problem of broken windows, as in New York?
I think that's an interesting thing that we should explore, particularly if the actual sponsor comes back to maybe our working committee or something. We could talk to him about it, because I actually think that's a pretty good idea. Full disclosure, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and I was in South Dakota a couple summers ago visiting one of my best friends who lives there, and we went to a place that only served beer and they didn't have food and we were able to bring our own food. So it was actually a good way to kind of accommodate that versus banning outside food.
I think the next person who will testify will help clarify that issue for you.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, we have more? Okay.
does this bill impact private clubs?
Well, I'm not an expert on this bill, but I don't think so because I believe it's just going after restaurants from the way I read it. And there are different things in here that talk about hotel full service and different areas, but all the striked out language looks like it's only going to be going after restaurants that currently are required by these things. I think clubs have different rules and regulations, so I don't think it would affect them. But again, I've had this bill as long as all of you, so I don't know if
Yeah,
I know.
I would say they have a different license.
They have a different license, as
They
far
have
as
a
I
different
understand.
kind of license, so no, it would not affect them anyways.
Right, because I mean, VFWs, they occasionally have food.
Right, and they even smoke in there too.
Maybe they do. But East Side Club, Manchester has a bunch of private clubs, and they are active.
Again, it's not my bill. I don't know if his intention was to go after those, but I doubt it would impact them from how I read it.
No, they would not affect them because it's a different license. They're not on-premise license. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Sullivan, for taking on something that you had no notice of. But in regard to bringing your own food into a bar, would you believe that in Massachusetts there are establishments, or at least have been establishments, that sold beer, wine, and liquor and food up to a certain hour, and then after a certain hour, and the one I'm specifically remembering was 8:30 p.m. They shut down the food service completely and sold only beer, wine, and liquor. And at that point, I tried to bring a sandwich in so that I could eat it with my glass of wine. And I was told that I couldn't eat my own sandwich in their establishment because health regulations prohibited it.
I would believe that. That's Massachusetts, and we
Yeah.
don't want to mass up
We
New
don't want to
Hampshire.
mess.
So we will do a better bill that would not do that.
So-
Give us more freedom.
So just so you know, just so you understand, in New Hampshire, it is true we don't have a bar. We don't have anything that license a bar. However, a establishment that is a on-premise licensee is permitted to have a cocktail lounge. And that cocktail lounge it's 9 o'clock, right? Yeah, it's 9 o'clock is our midnight hour, or I should say our beginning hour, our Cinderella hour begins. And at 9 o'clock, that restaurant does not need to serve food anymore. It can serve you just alcohol. The interesting thing is that is a higher liquor license, and Applebee's, because evidently, according to the former chief told me, is you ever go in the kitchen, it's just walls and walls of microwaves where they grill your steak, but everything else is microwaved. They keep the kitchen open the whole time. So they actually get a cheaper liquor license simply because they don't close the establishment.
I ask a follow-up question.
Yes.
And I guess I'm actually asking this of you, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
since you brought it up. The cocktail lounge, is the cocktail lounge allowed to allow the customer to bring food into the cocktail lounge after 9 p.m.?
There's no law that would say they can't, but in terms of maybe the health code of their town might have an issue with it. But I have noticed that some establishments have a sign that says you can't bring your own food when you come in here. And I assume they didn't want somebody to stop at McDonald's and then come in and eat and drink at the same time. But again, that would be up to the actual establishment to say you can't bring your own food, because we have always talked about with the nanos and the beverage manufacturers was that we were urging people. Actually, it was the cigar bars. We talked about how the cigar bars is that people should order pizza and have the pizza delivered, and that was a permitted use under our statute.
And I would say in the bar where I saw no broken windows, where I lived in Chicago, people ordered pizza all the time. Like they would actually come by, take orders, and then come back a half hour later, or you just call on the app or have DoorDash deliver food. So it was quite common there. So it's certainly not an unprecedented thing in this country to have such a model.
I have a question.
Representative Spear, that's another question.
So
No broken windows now.
in Chicago, I'm assuming they have public transportation. So if you do get snockered, you get on a bus or you get on a subway. In New Hampshire, we have very little public transportation. So do we know that if we have bars, and who knows how many we're going to have, how many more DUIs are we going to have?
I mean, I obviously don't know that, but
Would you believe we would have more?
I wouldn't know, but I would imagine just like in Chicago or Boston or New York, at least in the larger cities of New Hampshire, there's a lot of Uber. Even in places like North Conway and stuff, you can get
Nashua
Ubers.
is the second largest city in the state, and we have next to no public transportation.
No, I'm saying Ubers. So like,
You
I mean,
get taxis.
you
You,
might
got a
get an
taxi
Uber.
company.
You get taxis
There's a
and
couple-
Ubers, so.
couple taxi companies.
Have you been in that taxi? 'Cause I have.
Well, I can't speak to the quality of your taxis. You all done with me? Does anybody have more important questions?
Yeah. So I would say that when I was in prep school, and I did get to drink when I turned 18, and which I was still in. I was still in school, but the school rule was that the only place we were allowed to drink was down at the Deerfield Inn because that was right on campus. But that's fine. But we definitely didn't want to necessarily drink there. And we would go into Greenfield, Massachusetts, and yes, we went to find that hole in the wall beer, the terms of the cocktail lounge or whatever. And there was only, it was an 8-ounce cup, but it was 50 cents a beer. And we also thought we knew there'd be no teacher would walk into that bar. So that's why we were felt safe that we could have all the beer we want, and we were drinking legally, but not in terms of the school rules. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a would you believe.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a would you believe. There are bars in the state of New Hampshire. They are licensed to clubs like the VFW, the American Legion, and the DAV. They do not require food.
That's correct. They have a separate liquor license.
Yes, they
And we
do.
will learn a little bit about that. We have another bill coming up about allowing getting licensures for barbershops, beauticians. I don't know how far it goes, but would be a new license category for us, and we'll have that conversations about how we have such a long list of license categories. But one thing I can say about these license categories is each one of them has a little particular rules that go with it. So if you were a tennis club, you had to have 2 tennis courts. If you were pool tables, you have to have, is it 8 or 12 pool tables? Yeah. 12 working. That's the key word. That's right. The quarters. So we do have a lot of other typical establishments that are exempt from the food requirement, but they again are a unique characteristic, and so we get to learn about that this session, which we have not done in the last 2 years. Okay. Chief, do you want to weigh in on this one? Or Deputy Chief's going to do it.
We like tag teaming things. Again, for the record, Chief Mark Armaganian, Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me here today, Deputy Chief Danielle Elston of the same entity. One thing that we've spoke about over the years, and in my time, kind of funny how the previous bill talked about Department of Safety, and that's an entity that I was part of for 28 years. We always talk about burn-off rate of alcohol when we talk about highway safety and community safety. And when we do that, we talk about the consumption of food. And in that consumption of food, you're creating an absorption rate that differs with every one of us because of the difference in metabolism rate or how we metabolize alcohol. The average, let's call it an average rate of burn off with alcohol is 0.015 an hour. So with food ingested in the system during the consumption of alcohol, or I'm sorry, consumption of alcohol with food in the system, that food absorption rate into the blood is slower. It's kind of, I refer to it as a coffee filter. When you remove that piece from it, you create a very high absorption rate of alcohol. We look at rate of service now, and we get into the negative effects that this could create and the negative incidents that this could create, not only in a licensed establishment, but out in the highways, out in your communities. We look at this as a safety issue. Alcohol consumption and food consumption have gone hand in hand for quite a few years. It might be a old idea and an old premise, but at the same time, it is one that is very current. Nothing has changed in science to prove elsewise. It is taught today in our academy and through our health centers throughout the state. So with that in mind, I'd like to give the floor to Danielle to talk about the technical pieces of this.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. As some of you know from previous testimony in prior years, but for the new representatives in the room, Title 13 is very interwoven in terms of definitions, license requirements, administrative rules. Some of the technical flaws with this bill as is it doesn't address other license types that also have food requirements, as well as definitions that require the licensee to have certain items involved to support the food requirement. So there's a lot that would need to be addressed if food were to be eliminated in terms of definitions types, license types, those license requirements. One, for example, is this just eliminates it with restaurants. Manufacturers, however, if they have a tasting room or certain on-premise requirements are also required to have food. So this would say that restaurants can't have food, but the manufacturers have to keep a food requirement. So there's, it's not just as easy as striking out verbiage in one statute. You have to look at it through the definitions, through the license requirements, and then also through the administrative rules.
In other words, it's a whole new small snowball effect, because let alone what do we have to do with off-premise licensed food requirements. Okay. Thank you. We have one card left, and I won't bother looking for Kate. Sorry, did you put it? You did sign in, so but that's good. That's all you need to do. But we knew you would be opposed to the bill anyways. Okay, Mike, you get the last word. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. Nice to be with you all again. We have serious concerns with this bill. I've testified on similar initiatives. I can't tell you how many times in my 16 years, but I will say that there's a couple things. But first and foremost, our concern is that, to the chairman's point, we do not have bars in New Hampshire. We have restaurants, and they are very fine establishments, all of them. I will also say that the concern...
With cocktail lounges.
Sure. Still restaurants, though. Let's be clear. Still restaurants, very fine establishments. But I would also like to say that, the obvious concern from the existing restaurateurs in the state of New Hampshire is that they have already been required by statute to invest in all of the infrastructure that is required to meet the food requirements. So they have bought, hundreds of thousands worth of kitchen equipment and hood systems and trained staff and refrigeration and freezers, et cetera, et cetera. So it would seem a little unfair to the existing licensees who have gone through all of this rigmarole in order to meet the current standards standards to then essentially rip the rug out from under them, because now you could have bars essentially on every corner with little to no infrastructure requirement other than some refrigeration for cold beer. So that's obviously our biggest concern and continues to be. But I would also echo what the chief said. You know, we do have a concern around safety to make sure that, you know, we would want that folks would be consuming food with alcohol so that, again, mitigates that real issue that can arise. The one question about BYO food, we don't like that either, just be on the record. We do not like that for a couple of reasons. One is that from the standpoint of food licensing, the real issue for a lot of these businesses is if somebody gets sick in their establishment, you own it. Whether they brought the sandwich or not, you're still going to own that issue. So that's going to be a problem from a liability standpoint for us. And more importantly, I think for the businesses is, frankly, we would have lost a sandwich sale. So I think we would be more inclined to want to sell you some food, which is why most businesses post, please, you can't bring your own food in. On rare instances, we'll let you bring a birthday cake, but we draw the line at that. So with that, I would be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Representative Sullivan.
So one of the things you said is that it's unfair because you have all this infrastructure that's been invested in by different companies, right? But presumably they've only invested because that's what the current law requires them to do. But if it's in their best interest not to do it, then they could always switch out and get rid of that stuff. They could sell that stuff if that's actually a more profitable business model that they prefer to keep. If having a business that sells food included, or which is, you know, with all this infrastructure that they need, is actually profitable and something they want to continue doing, there's nothing changing that. So like your argument that it's unfair, I'm a little confused by, because they have the same rules. It's just that they came in and invested, and it is either is a profitable part of their business or it isn't a profitable part of their business. And if this law changed and say the infrastructure associated with that was actually losing money for them, but they were making enough on alcohol sales, they could just can it all and still remain in business. So I don't know if the fairness makes sense to me, because it seems to me you make a business decision based on the rules, the regulations. If they change, you might pivot, you might change, you might be happy about that change, you might be unhappy about that change. But, you know, it seems to me, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense to me.
So let me clarify, unequivocally, the food is not profitable. So the minute that you change this requirement, that business who now is invested in, not because you're not talking about just equipment and staff, you're talking about entire remodel of an establishment, right? So you have an entire corner of the building that is square footage that's been given over to a kitchen. So you would have to remodel that entire space if you wanted to convert to a bar scenario. But the real challenge is, if you didn't want to make that investment and now you're operating as a restaurant and a place opens up next door that doesn't have the same rules, right? They don't have to have a food requirement, and they can now sell their drinks for $1 cheaper per drink. All of their, you know, happy hour customers, et cetera, are just going to go next door. So now this business is no longer profitable, and ultimately, more than likely, is going to fail. And to your point about making a switch, you know, it's easy to kind of make a cavalier statement that they can just switch their business model, but switching a business model at that level is extremely expensive. And not counting the number of staff you would probably ultimately end up laying off and all of the other bits and pieces of it. But, you know, we're talking about you have to have a walk-in cooler, you got to have a walk-in freezer and all the HVAC support stuff that goes with that. You have to have an Ansel hood system. You've got fryers and grills and all kinds of equipment. So you're talking literally hundreds of thousands, probably $500,000 in most restaurants is just equipment in the kitchen.
Follow-up question?
Right, but his point, just making sure, you can't sell a walk-in refrigerator.
Well, you can. You won't sell it for a loss. I mean, you won't sell it for profit,
Right,
but you
so
can
now
sell
you're-
it. You can sell
now
all that
you're
stuff.
economically totally disadvantaged to that guy who opened next door.
I get the argument, but you're saying unequivocally selling food is never makes money.
Yes, and I will put this out as an example. How many BYO restaurants are existing today? There's a few, and they don't last very long. And usually it's because, yes, they're selling food and they're bringing their bottle of wine or whatever it might be, but usually that is correct, right? Because they're just trying to get open so they have some cash flow to survive. And you have to understand, our business is cash flow. If you're not selling things, you're not going anywhere. So, but the real issue.
So you're telling me if they didn't sell alcohol in this state, then we wouldn't have restaurants. That's kind of the argument you just made. I mean, there are a lot of restaurants
for
that don't
most-
sell
Absolutely,
alcohol.
but for most of these businesses that are in that space where they're selling alcohol, the business model is built on the understanding that alcohol is the profitable piece of their business.
So what you're saying is that we should just never change anything because somebody's made investments based on, arguably, somebody here thinks this is an inferior model that we currently have. Whether that is or isn't is a different argument, but if...
I'm just sharing with you that on behalf of the businesses that I represent, their concern is that they have been required by state law in order to have their business, that they were required to invest, call it $500,000 for argument's sake, just as a round number. So by requiring them to do that, you are then now going to basically steal 30, 40, 50% of their profitability in their business and give it to somebody else who's got almost no threshold to get into the business. Does that make sense?
No, I get the argument. I'm not sure.
Actually, could you just give me a minute? I'll give you another example of it. And I was in.
I think I understand it.
I was in Montana, and
Where I lived for 7 years.
And good. Then you'll know the story firsthand. So we went into the Mexican restaurant, and so I ordered a margarita, and she said, we can give you a margarita, but it doesn't have tequila. It's a wine based. I go, how do you do a margarita on the wine? She said, well, we put lime juice in the German, and I said, so what was the story, and why don't you have a regular liquor license? She said, well, it would cost us $250,000. And I said, oh, you're one of those medallion states.
Right.
And so therefore, the reason why Montana has never changed their law is because every one of those people who spent the $250,000, $300,000, who knows what it is now, for that liquor license, for that full liquor license, they will run down to, where's the state capital?
Helena.
And say, hell no, do not change the law, and start saying anybody can get that liquor license. So yes, this is a problem when states make laws, that there is a consequence going forward. And I've always said, and liquor is a classic example, that you set the precedent. When you pass something, you're setting the precedent.
Right. This is our version of the medallion.
You get people who now have an invested effort to keep that law that you just passed. So you better do a good job of that law when you pass it the first time.
Which is why I argue for a lot of different bills over the years to be changed or structured in certain ways. But on the Montana example, and kind of counter to his point about food not being profitable, in Montana there's a lot of, as you know, as you clearly understand, it's a medallion state. A lot of those bars sell food too, but then there are ones that don't. So I'm thinking in New Hampshire we could have a situation where both could exist. Is just my point. And I was actually going to get to the point of Montana where I lived, where both exist. And but yes, they do have a medallion system.
If you just take right here in Concord, Tucker's does a great job serving breakfast and lunch, but they don't have a liquor license. They're not open for dinner. Representative Spear.
We heard a lot in the last couple of days, especially from the Liquor Commission today and last week, about a big part of their job is the safety, and I can't ignore that. I mean, coming from areas where DUIs were horrendous, coming from areas where people peed in the foyer of my apartment building, we cannot ignore the fact that this is not just a financial decision, that it's an environment. And so I loved what the Liquor Commission does, and I like the idea that people need to have a little bit of food. You don't have to order a ton of food. You can just have something, because you got to slow that stuff down. Otherwise, we're going to have all kinds of problems that we're not considering in the process of looking at this bill.
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
Okay. All right. You don't have to respond to it.
No, but if I could just, a couple of points that I'd like to make from the discussion that's happening. So, if my comment about the alcohol is not the most profitable part, then how is it that the most punitive part of your statutes are suspensions of license? Because that, frankly, is the biggest thing that hurts us. Yes,
You gotta
it's the
bring
most
that
profitable
up
part,
now.
right? Now,
Didn't we solve that last year? So you really want you still
you
angry?
didn't, and I'm
about
still
it?
salty about it, but that's a different discussion. But to your point, could we have a scenario where both survive? We could, but I think where our industry right now with the existing businesses, the upheaval and the time for that shift to take place, we would lose a lot of businesses in that space. And I think that's where these are a lot of people that have spent, millions and millions of dollars investing in their businesses are not prepared to take the chance on what that upheaval would look like and how long it might take, if that makes sense.
Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike, for taking my question. It has to do with New Hampshire and tourism, of which the Restaurant Association is a huge piece. Would this not having to have food tarnish the reputation of New Hampshire as a family-type place where you want to go, bring your kids in the summer and the winter, and the restaurants? You'd have bars, but very few restaurants that would be family friendly, which is where tons of money come out of. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative Patusek. But
After
it's an
9
interesting
o'clock, it's all hell break
well,
loose.
it's an interesting question because, again, I think there is also an argument to be made that you need all kinds of levels in the system, right? So you need those kind of late night places for the younger crowd, and you need the breakfast and lunch places. And I think that I don't know that it would tarnish our image necessarily, but I do appreciate you raising the fact of how important the rooms and meals tax is to the state of New Hampshire and the good work that all of our member businesses do in raising that and collecting it on your behalf.
Thank you, Mike, on that thought. Well, actually, I was going to say before, thank you, Mike, is I think that today was a great experience for the 4 new members of the committee to really get their feet wet and then knowing about liquor laws and the nuance of liquor legislation. I will also say that, given that we had no sponsor, that this is one of the reasons why I always thought the idea that committees could kill a bill the same day they heard it is a shame, because the person, it should at least get another opportunity to come in and speak to their bill. You will learn that this is the only committee that does everything by subcommittee. And I do it because I think we want to show anyone who has a bill that comes to this committee that they're going to get a fair shake. We're going to really hear them out. Sometimes people will tune in and say, "Oh my God, these people are they're just going to kill that thing so fast, make your head spin." But I think that it's important that we have this conversation, we have the time, and this is the reason why that we are a highly respected committee. And I think that also most important is that by the time we come to an answer, what comes out of this committee, we're pretty uniform in support, and that's because we give every bill its due diligence. I've always said every bill has a grain of truth to it. Sometimes that grain is so small I can barely see it, but it's there. And so I want to thank you all for staying through this. And we'll get to do, so next Wednesday, I'm not going to do Thursday, I'm just going to, Wednesday, we'll have, we'll do the liquor subcommittee. And then we have tomorrow, we're going to be doing their banking bills, so we'll do one in the morning, one in the afternoon. I haven't figured out which one I want to do, but it'll be just Wednesday. I do need everyone to decide what subcommittee you want to be on. So for you new members, the old members, I'm just going to stick you on the old, whatever you were on. No, don't do that. So you need to send me an email and let me know what subcommittee you're on. The one drawback is we will get the business to you. You haven't got the insurance, but I already know one person who wants to be on insurance already. But in terms of you other new members, just now you've got a taste of tomorrow. You might want to wait till tomorrow after you hear all the business bills. You can have a taste of which one you'd rather do, liquor or business. And insurance is a whole nother Byzantine system that we have in this state that is much like liquor and banking. So, yes, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed the orientation meeting. But it looked from the agenda as if there were going to be more subcommittees than there were during the last session.
No,
Or,
we have 3 subcommittees.
liquor.
We have liquor, we have the business, and we have insurance.
Okay.
So health insurance and property and casualty is all insurance.
So then I
Okay.
guess I'd like to stay on insurance.
I assume so.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. See you all tomorrow.